Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We're doing art to. Oh crap! I need to do the. Oh crap! Wait, wait, wait. The rocks. I need to get the rocks. I need to get the rocks. Oh gosh, I forgot about that. Luckily, I give myself like 5 minutes, but oh my gosh, I forgot to open it. Ugh. It's Baines and Jones. Hello, 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 hello. Oh my gosh. Hello. Meow. My ear is like popping. Also, y'all, I just sneezed like right before stream. I sneezed so hard, I popped my back again. I did it again. It wasn't, it hurt. It honestly hurt. But, but we're fine. We're fine. It's fine. Modify and sever. That's not the right. Popping your back feels good. Oh. Do 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 do. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Okay, let me get this ready. Honk. Oh my gosh, it's Suki. It's Suki. It's Suki. It's Isso. Hello. Okay, okay. Ah. Ah! What do you mean? What do you mean I'm gonna be the reason your stream streak breaks? Why? What do you mean? For who? For who? For who? Did Bagel leave? I think Bagel left. Bagel left. Okay, rocks are working. I need to have my Fuji on top of the rocks, so. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm gonna have to change this. Oh no, I'm gonna have to change this. Ooh. Can't believe I made me. It's a little bit of magic to the world, but I thought you knew me truly. I found out how to hide this. Hold up, guys. Just a second. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Also, Bagel scared the crap out of me. Just so y'all know, just so y'all are aware, Bagel scared the crap out of me. I think I might go ahead and put them up here. Hope you're knocking. Let's have their box be like this. Let's have it actually be a box too. Finally, guys, you're getting an upgrade. It's actually a little box. And then before anybody could attack them before I... There's them. There we go. There goes the box. RIP box. Sometime in 2025 to February 2nd, 2026. Also, guys, it's February. I didn't realize that until like now. Okay, there we go. There we go. We got the rocks. We got me. We got sound alerts. We got beans. We got Boxy. We got stream elements, and we got Isso. Hey, get back. Get back. What are they bouncing on? What the hell? Wait, is there a collision over here? I have no clue. There they go. But hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. This is abuse? Nah. It's just some friendly throwing. But guys, you know the last art stream I did for 10 hours and I was working on this at the night time? I decided to redo it all. But honestly, I'm liking the style a little bit more. I'm liking the more painted style. Yeah, the currency's still broken. I don't know how to fix the currency. Bacon! Guys, it's bacon. It's bacon. Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. But yeah, we are currently kind of... Ooh. Oh wait, this isn't even the right brush. I found this brush and I made the PNG tuber. Ooh, 3 stream streak. Nice, nice. No, please don't. Please don't. L. L. What do you mean L? Okay. Did I put this in my favorites? I need to see if I put that. Okay, I did. But we're using this one now. Yes, L. Ugh, how could you? How could you? You meanie. Guys, chat. Beans is being mean. What is it with y'all licking people? Oh! Why'd you bonk me? Boxy, why'd you bonk me? Why'd I get bonked? I don't want the raw edges. Bonk. I like how y'all are all doing the sound alerts, or yeah, the sound alerts now that you guys can hear them. I fixed it and then you guys are like, honk. Bonk. Honk, bonk, both rhyme. And I'm glad y'all are finally watching the art streams. GG Cam
Glamorous lizard.
Glamorous lizard. I don't know what happened with GG Cam. I genuinely don't know. I think it's because the camera I bought was a little cheap, but at the same time, like, I did just kind of get it, but I'm not sure what's going on with it. Because it says it's on, but it's not on, obviously. And so it's just like, ugh. Another problem with my laptop. Another one. All nightmares start as dreams. Oh, what is your problem? Why are you licking people? Why are you licking people? Who are you Are you licking me? Why are you licking me? Uh, why are you licking me, though? Okay, that one actually kind of scared me. I'm not gonna lie. That one kind of scared me. I taste like plastic and helium. What? I taste. Why do I taste like plastic and helium? Yo, Boxy with the 5 stream streak. Let's go. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hey guys, point and laugh at Suki. 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 What happened? What happened? Oh my gosh. Is it the was it the test that you were studying for? Did you or that you weren't studying for? No. What was it? Oh my gosh. A very much different test. Oh, Suki. You need to get your grades up. Why are you The time I did study was for the German and the math was a surprise. Oh. Oh. I thought you had like a second math test or something though. But damn. Beans, do your ELA homework. Do your homework. Do your homework. Do your homework. Listen. You guys need to get a good you guys need to get good grades. You needed to get Oh my gosh, why can't I talk? Guys, do your homework. Holy cow. What do you mean you never do your homework? Do your homework. Do your homework. It is not good that you don't do your homework. You're going to need to start doing y'all's homework. Dang. Well, we are not gonna take it. You know what? Actually, I have Dr. Pepper. I I just dropped my phone. Um, I'm gonna grab my Dr. Pepper. Because I have Dr. Pepper. Life is great. I'm a mess. I'm the avatar of your clock's point. I'm your omega. I'm the flood. I am the filter blood, so cower and hide. Okay, okay. Well, it's guys, I might be a little femboy. That's wild. That is wild. Please don't. Ah! No, 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 no. Do not explode. Do not explode on me. Please. Oh my gosh, you guys are attacking each other. You guys attacked me. What did I do? I want to go get Dr. Pepper. I wanted Dr. Pepper. It's very apparently riding home in a car, like in an Uber, shakes up your Dr. Pepper more than riding home on a bike. Damn, not y'all. You can't even attack Suki. That's funny. Yo, you caught a shiny, the shiny bagon. The only person that can't be attacked is Suki. Because if Suki really wants to, they could technically attack Kofi bot, but it's pretty clear they're not gonna. You're getting an alpha. You're getting an alpha, bitches. Well, you guys can attack Stream. Yeah, you can hug Kofi. You can hug Kofi. They don't have a they don't have a rock yet. I don't know why their rock didn't appear. Is it there right now though? It might be. Oh no, Naksh is there. Hi Naksh. It's Naksh. Oh, you're satisfied? Oh, have a nice night though. Doesn't start. Where do you get off? Being so goddamn beautiful. You're not getting an alpha like that. You're getting an alpha salamence that's a shiny slash bagon that's a shiny and alpha. Oh. You can't hug each other either. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll never know what it's like to love you. Oh, oh gosh, what did I do? What have I done? Oh my gosh. Bro, I put them in the void. I put it in the void. That's the one that I needed. I needed that pattern, not the weird one. Actually going to do this. And then it'll be like that. That way. You have a history. Yeah, also study for the history test, dude. Oh my gosh. Not you calling me mom? Okay, fine, mom. I wonder if I can make the pattern larger. No, that doesn't do a thing. This is lagging, and why did Spotify stop playing? Ow. Spotify, where are you? Oh wait, it didn't do the loop. I needed it to loop through the whole playlist, not just that. Just one drink. Why is this? I am going to just. It's lagging. It's saying. Wait, is that a little? Oh wait, no. Oh my gosh, it's a little frog. I thought it was like that little um. I thought it was the narpy. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's the little narpy. Feel so much better than usual. I feel indisputable. Ooh. Narpy where? I thought the frog was a little narpy. That's what I thought it was. Oh my gosh, don't please. Oh my gosh, it's taking forever. Quack. Bagel has a 7 stream streak. Oh wow. Also, hi assembly. Hello. 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 Bagel, what do you mean that like you're gonna lose your streak or whatever? I'm gonna cause you to lose your streak. What did you mean by that? Don't wake me up. Oh, cause you're at. Why'd you join call if you were at work? What the heck? That's wild. That's wild. Also, whose table were you talking about? I'm curious. Because you sent it in the Goobers group chat. Mine? My desk is black. Oh. Feels so much better than usual. Yeah, I thought you, like, at first I was like, did they send it to the wrong person or something?
Bread_Faith just redeemed
Bread,
duck.
the duck is for when there's GG Cam. I'm actually using Fujitech. Fujitech is basically if you're in a call, like you can have your thing show like that. Uh, I'm kind of waiting until like my next paycheck, probably after that though, because next paycheck I gotta pay a lot of stuff. Oh, save check. Okay.
Assembly60 just redeemed save check.
Why is it saying it twice? Why did it say it twice? Okay, and then we're gonna watch the magic happen, guys. Whoa, oh wait, wrong thing. There we go. Use I used that, but then it did kind of break my computer a little bit. But yeah, I do want to get probably the paid version of VitaTube. I want to support them. They're honestly, I feel like for everything like that they have included, oh, I feel like it would be worth it. Let's not put that on the external hard drive. I got one of those because I'm planning on doing like a kind of a computer wipe after I'm done with this commission. So I'm like gonna transfer like a lot of my files to that, and then I'll wipe my computer basically, and then I'll just kind of start fresh to hopefully hope that it's gonna work. Take me to the other side. Take me to the other side. I wonder if there's ones just lines. Use fresh start. Elma Cow! Oh my god, no!
We pray at
No!
night, we stalk at night. We're the rats. I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into.
Elma Kako, hello, 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 hello. I'm glad you're alive. I'm so glad that you're alive. Hey Siri, set a 10-minute timer. Whoa, wait, no, no. Wait, what? No, not 10, not 10, not 10, not 10. Hold up. Why did I say 10? Why did I say 10? Oh. We're not doing that. We're not doing that for 10 minutes. We're not doing that for 10 minutes. We're doing that for 1 minute. Why the fuck did I read 10? Oh wait, it's because the bomb costs 10 and I was gonna say something about that. Currency's broken. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it, by the way. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Whoa. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room. What the fuck? A rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a rub room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. There we go. Ooh, this one looks cool. Wait. What if we... Oh, that's not the right thing. What if we kind of do the roof in like a honeycomb pattern? Hi, Nax. Hello, how are you doing today? How are you? Also, yes, I'm redoing I'm redoing your background. I'm redoing it. Your mining's ooh. Snad. Word for the everything. Meowdy. I'm doing really good. How about you, it's Stella? How are you doing? Thank you, Kofi. Done in all I ask of you, but please squeeze in rhythm. Prevent my heart from stopping. If you still want me, call me, find me in my coffin. If you need me, I'll be in my coffin. You're doing alright, just alright. Actually, I don't like that background. And I'll raise hell for you. So if anybody needs me, I'll be in my coffin. I'll be up a day walking back from the dead for you. Ooh, Naksh finished an emote for Stella. Ooh. Hey Abby, do you mind if I join the call? Uh Not right now. Are you planning on playing Danny's World later? Probably not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually. I'll probably like do it off stream, but not on stream because I know if I try to open Roblox right now, at least, my computer's gonna freak out. Ooh, your fire's burning? Your fire's burning? What do you mean your fire's burning? I think what I'll do actually is just do this by hand. So that it's more like the painted look. I like the painted look, honestly. The world didn't melt with me. Friday, I'm in love again. If you find me in my coffin, if my hands will dance the 12-step on my brain, I'd kill the man I am for one more chance to be yours, baby. No, I ain't begging, I'm just saying it's an option. Don't let the latest be the last name in the coffin. If you need me, I'll be in my coffin. You could come and knock, and I'll raise hell for you. Whoa, if you need me, I'll be in my coffin. I'll be up and walking back from the dead for you. Yeah, I think I need to make like a little schedule on when I'm gonna do like art and gaming streams, to be honest. Actually, I think I'm just gonna use the line tool. If you need me, I'll be in my coffin. I'll be up there walking creeping, I say, no, you. Okay, okay, let's try this again. How many does it take to get like? Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll do 10. I'll do 10 each way. in like a little grid. Um, and be your everything, we'll be together, yes, forever. No, we'll never ever part. No, yes, baby, you've already got my heart. Extremely close behind. Really wouldn't mind. Crazy. That's the wrong one. Oopsies. Shh, be quiet, Miss Mouse. Else you'll call police. You just don't know it yet, but you love me and I love you the same. One day we'll have a pretty wedding and you'll be your everything. Be together, yes, forever. No, we'll never ever part. You don't know it yet, but baby, you've already got my heart. Still know it yet, but you love me and I love you the same. One day we'll have a pretty wedding and you'll be your everything. Be together, yes, forever. No, we'll already got your heart. Waddle, waddle. Okay, so that's 5. So all I have to do is just basically add one more and then do this again. You're oh my gosh. So my design coming through. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yeah, I just need one more. So we'll just do it this way. I'll go ahead and hide this all real quick. This navigate. Oh, I'm trapped. See? Damn. I just ate pizza and like honestly, it was really good. The pizza was really good. Yes, it is. We love Miracle Musical, Tally Hall. We love oh, amazing music. Just behind me, my ex-girl's chasing me. In front of me, my next girl's facing me. Uh you have the vinyl. I wish. Oh my gosh. I'll check my DMs. Damn, damn. Nax, you've got to send it to me though. You got to send me a photo. Oh wow, you really did get the shiny. Wow. Nice. It's just a game you. Ugh. Un I opened it. I opened it on my phone, not my computer. I'll rotate. Whoa! That's actually, holy cow. Oh my gosh, I wish. I wish. I wish. I have like the entirety of Hawaii Part 2 on. I also have I also have variation. Wait, did I actually put it on there? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Let me check to make sure I put it. And we're gonna actually play that. I think I put Variations on a Cloud on there, but I'm not 100% sure if I did or not now. I put some Mother Mother on there. Oh, yes, I did. I did. Let's play it. That's one of my favorites, to be honest. I love how I love how around the end they like it's two different, I don't know what it's called in music, but two different like songs basically playing at the same time kind of. Oh wait, I didn't do that right. I forgot to merge the layers. Ooh. Do, 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 do. Okay, jump to end it all. This one be to break the fall. Just a little bit of magic to end the world. But I thought you knew me truly. Even matter to me. I'm clearing, moving around and hearing Uncle you. Just a little bit of magic to win the world. But I thought you knew me truly. This is lagging, oh my gosh. Even matter to me. Worker, I saw you. Please, why can't we keep it coming back and coming back and coming back? Why don't we keep it coming back and coming back? You bonked me? You bonked me? How could you? How do you put the beat? It's Fujitech. Yes, I did. What are you gonna do about it? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. It's a little bit of magic in the world, but I thought you knew me truly. Matter to me, keep it coming back and coming back and coming back. Why don't we keep it coming back and coming back? Okay, I think if we add on all the other layers, which is a lot of layers, by the way. Think what we just gotta do is just make some small, like, we'll just make this like a really small brush. Oh no. Oh dear. Why, oh, why this town without love? Nathan above. Can you he feel it? Wow, 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 wow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Why did I start meowing the whole song? Meow, 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 meow. 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 I can't do this. Okay. Whoops. Hide. Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll make, I think this, no, it's actually the topmost one that looks really long. It's right here as paint layer 5. I think what I'll do is I might end up, yeah. I'll go ahead and just make that like a little like this. And maybe like the opacity, of course. So that way we can just kind of make it a little bit darker. In the west. And reminder, do not step on a landmine, because it oh god, but El Macaco, no! You stepped on a landmine! R.I.P. El Macaco. The cable chewer. Bro chewed on the wrong cable. I'm done relaxing. I am a chemical reaction. They had to glue me back to respawn me. That's wild. Oh my gosh. El Macaco. El Macaco. Ah, what I do? Sid, they glued me wrong. What did they do? What have they done to you? What did they do? What did they do to you? How did they glue you back? Did they miss a piece? They turned you into a cube? Oh my gosh. They turned you into a cube? That's wild. That's wild. It's not Elma Kako anymore. It's Elma Cubeco. Or Cube Macaco. Lipstick on the mirror are the lyrics to my obituary. Now how am I supposed to eat my cables? Oh gosh, oh no. Poor Elma Kako. Died doing what they loved. Put yourself as a Tetris piece. Never agreed to participate in this game. And follow my dreams. No, they've all got me waking up screaming. Go for me. After all, there's no I in team, and I'd rather be normal. Yes, so normal. More being would mean to pretend to be normal, to be normal. Well, I be normal. Putting you gotta slide into the walls like a Tetris piece, and then you have to multiply yourself and play Tetris, but like with yourself, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. I've never dealt with one of my chatters becoming a literal Tetris piece. Sending the question mark or ... Or escapist to leave the quarantine. Woo. To be the afterlife of the party. When the after party came, I was rolling in my own grave and I... Whew. Wow. Human being would need to pretend to be normal, to be normal. Well, where did my pillars go? My pillars left. Oh well, I'll draw this one. Come on, come on. Hi, Aaron. Oh my gosh, it's gay Aaron. Two can play at that game, by the way. I hope you know that. Karen. That sounds like a Pokemon. Aaron, are you a Pokemon? So dutifully, 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 bloop bloop bloop, blah 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 blah. Dutifully. Yep, that's totally how you say it here. You gotta say dutifully.
That's totally tubular, dude.
What am I doing? Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. One hell of a plan, I'd rather be normal. This pizza is like making me burp. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Yeah. Come on, yeah. I said, come on, yeah. Come on, yeah. I said, come on, yeah. Come on, and love me normally, yeah. How'd I do it in this one? Come on, and love me. Okay, these I added in the lights like that. Okay. The Salamence is rapidly approaching you. What do you do? I think what I might do with this is kind of make it like that. Yeah. The day they found me, I didn't get to play inside my workshop behind the old arcade. Have unraveled all my wires. Are your wires unraveled just as mine? I think actually I might with the floor. This way, that's the ceiling. I think with the floor I might actually make it a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong way. So I might do that a little bit. So that it actually gives it the depth that it needs. And have machine. Like I was going to war. Beard. I did something. Not that I was supposed to do it. Oh, my eyes. Oh, wait, that's actually a lot faster. Holy shit. So turns out I didn't need to do fast and accurate. Oh, but then it's gonna. Oh well, that wasn't too bad. Now the floor looks a little bit better. Do do do. Wow. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Wow, 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 wow. Wah, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. That way. We could do that way. It's getting lonely. It's getting hard to breathe. The arcade's empty. I think it's Christmas Eve. Someone's broken in. Now they're painting on my skin. Breaking me and taking my quarters. Bashing in the face with the crowbar. Kicking me and pushing me over. Now they see my blood on their sneakers. Whoa. Can't win me, I can't beat me. I won't hurt you unless you cheat. You can't see me behind the screen. I'm half human and half machine. Ba bum ba da dum ba 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 dum ba ba da 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 dun dun da da. Thank you, Kofi. Bye. Bum beam beam beam. Okay. Okay. That's a strange like transition to that song. Do 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 do. Pew 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 do 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 do. It's time for you to know the awful truth. And the truth about me and the truth about you, 'cause you're a brand new species. Big cat, uh-oh. 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 Call me back, call me back. I try to call you every day. I'm rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out. My very own mouth. I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out. I'm the right one. On your touch tone telephone. I'm the only one. On your AM radio. Oh, I'm crying now. Authentic tears. They flow out of me when I think about you, 'cause you're the only person in the world who understands the meaning of this. Oh my god. And I try to make you listen to me. I try to call you every day. I'm rehearsing what to say when the truth comes out. My very own mouth. I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out. So I'm the right one. On my touch tone telephone. I'm the only one. On your AM radio. I can't do like the higher notes like that though. I can't do that anymore. Oh my gosh. Why? Don't hang up yet. I'm not done. I'm an expert. I'm the one who was right all along. Better to be laughed at than wrong. I'm an expert in my field. Ufology, yes, it's all real. Ancient aliens, it's all true. I'm an expert just like you, and like you, I'm a genius. Before my time, disbelieving that's the real crime. Pretty soon they'll discover me in the super sarcasco sea. I try to call you every day. What can I say when the truth comes out? I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out. So I'm the right one on your touch tone telephone. I'm the only one on your AM radio. Ba 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 da 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 da. Do 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 do. Wah 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 wah. Wah 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 wah. Ba 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 ba. Wah wah wah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, that I can also just like that. That way that actually does what I'm wanting it to do, which is blur. Oh gosh. I forgot about this song. Petition to have a if it was written by Vivzy Pop Redeem? What do you mean? What have I done with this layer? Why is it not wanting to do the thing that it's supposed to do? What the heck? Oh, wait, never mind. I know exactly what happened. It's because I got that on. Anyways, blur, blur. Speak like a Vivzy Pop character for 3 minutes? I think I already kind of do. What? Do you guys want me to say fuck every 2 seconds? Oh, this fucking shit is all fucking doing that fucking shit. Not just the oh gosh. Oh gosh. Why is this Did I Why is it Why the fuck is this What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Why is it Ugh. Why are you Oh, wrong thing. Why is it transparent? Oh wait, that's why. Because it was on the fast setting. It's like, why is it... Yeah, I was really confused. I was really confused just now. I've been hot wiring to make the good away. Oh, how I know, how I go, how I know. Yes or no options. You bear a striking resemblance. You appear familiar, dear. You look just like my bathroom mirror. Please, policeman, no ill to toe. Oh, please let me go. Please, policeman, is it a test? Oh no, till I'm under arrest. Okay, this one, what I could do... Maybe. Maybe. Is it gonna... Oh, wait. That's what I needed to do. Why'd I have that on? This doesn't even have anything on it. Hell no. Only when things come to... Things... Blah. Blah, 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 blah. Ba ba da 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 ba da 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 da. Familiar, dear, you look just like my bathroom mirror. Police, policeman, no the dough. Oh, please let me go. Please, policeman, is it a test? I won't know till I'm under arrest. Da 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 da. Do da do da da. Am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Plead me my rights, please. I want my phone call. Please, policeman, no ill to toe. Please let me go. Please, policeman, is it a test? I won't know till I'm under arrest. Oh, damn. Go, please, policeman, is it a test? I won't know till I'm under arrest. Okay. And then I'll do that. And then this, I'll just kind of make it like a little bit smaller. Eyes. Ooh. Got polish. gonna fuck my way through college. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna sleep 'cause you live in my daydreams. I'm gonna sleep 'cause you live in my daydream. I'm a fly. Oh, so tasty. The price is right. Shotgun in my pocket. I'm gonna sleep 'cause you live in my daydreams. Do 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 do. Wait, I can just change this? The fuck? Just lost. Oh, you just lost a shiny Scyther to time. Oof. Yeah, that would've. At least you got your goat salamence. Yeah, at least you got salamence. Oh, it's not my fault. The devil made me do it, but I also kind of wanted to. I'm cut from a different kind of meat. What's on the... Ah. Nice. Over the falls and maybe wake up from my dreams, yeah. I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go on my mind. I didn't lose it, babe, wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go on my mind. I'm only messing through. Do-do-do. If you knew what I knew, if you saw what I see, you look through illusions, hallucinations, and lucid dreams. I know that everything can be such a pretty thing to keep, but I got facts and I had to freeze them. I'm a madman and I'd rather be that than an animal, animal, mild-mannered cannibal. Vice versa, vice. Now to Dragon Claw plus the crap out of Salem. Damn. With no respect for reality. Just a psycho, babe, come and go out my mind. I didn't lose it, babe, there wasn't much to find. I'm only passing through. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. There wasn't multiply. Huh? Dragonclaw versus Louis and Dial? Damn, why Louis? Why Louis? And remember to appreciate someone just huh? What? Oh wait. You asshole. You asshole. You asshole, macaco. Can't believe you, Omakako. Why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? I am literally dyslexic. That took a I was like, why did they say that? Savages. Caught him though. Yeah, you did. Actually, I might keep the painted stop. Who the fuck is honking? That's like the second time, and they didn't even do like the beep. They did a fucking beep. The fuck are they trying to do? Like, bro, not how you get someone to come out. Savages. I want to stay with like the more painted look. Honestly, I feel like this background would do better with a painted look, and I want to try to get that painted look. So I'm not gonna blur or anything, but I am gonna use like different colors around. What if I hide this a little bit? And then I actually build up on these, maybe. The, the fuck are they honking at? Why are they honking still? Who the fuck is honking? And why are they honking, bro? What the hell? There's no reason for you to honk. Especially outside of an apartment complex, like, bro. It's only getting worse. I just wanted that later. Waiting for those to. There we go. Yeah, I feel like that has the more painted like look and vibe to it. Although this could probably, I could probably do this a little bit, just kind of follow like the halo effect a little bit closer. Jenny Horn. Yeah, I think I'm a fan of this like style a little bit more, honestly. Plus, I feel like it's a little bit faster as well. The walls to burn, 2, 3, and which also kind of means I might want to do this again. This time, maybe like. you, Kofi boy. Just gonna go over these again real quick. But like maybe I do that instead, and that would be kind of like more of a painted look on the floor. And then what if we do it like that to where it's like kind of in the in the middle? I like bike riding, it's so exciting. That looks like a tire track. Someone got ran over there, bro. Then there's my sister, yeah, you wouldn't miss her, that big facial blister. Getting scheme, I think I hate her, those green alligators, I wish they'd ate her. There's a part of me that's appealingly sweet. I'm sure you'd agree if you got to know me. And evidently, I'm not that interesting. But I'll let you have what's mine if you just give me your time. If there's a party today, it's not coming my way. Needless to say, but I need things to change. Remember yesterday? I bought you flowers, you threw them away. Coffee and peppermint tea, brewing instructions, and great. Oh. Could just do it like that. Yeah. Oh, wait. Nothing. I'm no being. All over the floor. I like bike riding. It's exciting. Much. Gonna think I'm crazy. Swallowing swords now. Too bad I don't know how. Glowing knives. Ow, 3 fingers that cost me. It's covered in diamonds, far as the eye can see. Read the bar, cause I'm covered in stardust, becoming a carcass. There's a part of me that's appealingly sweet. I'm sure you'd agree if you you got to know me. And evidently, I'm not that interesting. But I'll let you have what's mine if you just give me your time. So I've got on my brain. Gilder, I need you to say I'm okay. Watch me now play with empty things. Whoopsie, wasn't that interesting? It's another singing. I'm not made up for you. Supplies. In this case, it's another word for me, so I'll boost the danger times 2 or maybe 3. How I long for your arms again. Sticks and stones to care at all. Finally, a party just for me. To those attending, I'm quite happy. Just installed empathy. By how much you cry, it's like you're draining your eyes. Candyland, I paid the entrance fee to stop me from my self-injury spree. People, please, you should be smiling. If you cared that much, would have showed up. Became a beast of me. Hey, come on, let's up the vibrancy. Whew. Am I gonna sneeze? I think I might sneeze. I in fact sneezed. Also, I know. I think you said that earlier. I'm gonna sneeze again. Okay. Someone said it. Someone said it in chat. I think it might have been Suki. Either that or just Val. Yeah. Okay, I think that's the one with the most, technically. You got it to work, by the way? The Fujitech? Nice. Yeah, there's a couple different programs that you can use. Uh I used to use PNG Tuber Remix or PNG Tube Remix, I think. But some people use like VideoTube. I want to get VideoTube. Bagel uses VideoTube actually. Uh, yeah. Oh, why are my allergies all of a sudden going crazy? You're evil? Why are you evil? What did you do? Why are you lick Why are you licking me? Okay, let me look. Let me look, let me look, let me look, let me look. What did you send? You haven't sent to Discord. Dozer, hello! Hi, 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 hi. How are thou doing? How art thou doing? I'm currently doing some art. Oh. Why would that be evil? Yeah, I don't know why Beans just does that. I don't know why. I say goodbye to a blackbird. I say goodbye to my own world. She's an unlucky girl who could save her. This disease that she has, there is no cure. The steel is kissing her head now. All the angels laughing down. All the angels laughing down. I say goodbye to a blackbird. I say goodbye to my own world. Also, got some amazingly cute art from Cowberry. Oh my gosh. Wait, I gotta look to see if Cowberry, like, there's a fire truck. It's very loud. It's very loud. I got Dr. Pepper. Also, I want to see it. I really want to see it. It's on their Discord in the Cowberry Art channel. Cowberry-art. Cowberry-art. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, that's adorable! It's a little plushie! Aww. That is so cute. That is genuinely so cute. I love Cowberry's art. It's a new channel point redeem they started today. Oh my gosh. It's so cute. It's so adorable. It is so adorable. Oh, it's so cute. How many points do they have it for? Cuz I'll have to start grinding for some Cowberry points. Dinner is not over. Oh. Oh gosh. What else can I do? I've tasted friendship. I've tasted you. I've tasted dying and it tasted good. I've tasted heartbreak. I've tasted food. I've tasted dying and it tasted good. But that's dessert. You can't have it till the dinner's done. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's dessert. You can't have it till the dinner's done. Got some stuff you need to do tonight. All right, all right, all right. I don't have alert command yet. I need to make one to be honest, but all right. I think if I make it pivot probably from here maybe. That does not work. Dinner is not over. Dinner is not over. Dinner is not over. Dinner is not over. You say something. I've tasted friendship. I've tasted food. I've tasted dying and it tasted good. I've tasted heartbreak. I've tasted you. I've tasted dying and it tasted good. But that's dessert. You can't have it till the dinner's done. But that's dessert. You can't have it till the dinner's done. Do 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 do. Okay. I think I'm gonna do this. Hand painted. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. Okay. Only if I hide all those, that hides everything. I've tasted food, you tasted my dying and it tasted good. Heartbreak, I've tasted food. I've tasted dying and it tasted good. But that's dessert, you can't have it till the dinner's done. But that's dessert, you can't have it till the dinner's done. I like that song so much. It's such a good song. Have you strung in my web? Candle turning slowly by the bed. Shadows dancing on. And right now you're mine, all mine. I don't play Pokemon Za. I genuinely don't play Pokemon Za. I'm not a Pokemon player. I'm genuinely not a Pokemon player. I'm sorry, but I'm not a Pokemon player. I love the nostalgia that Pokemon gives, but I'm not a Pokemon player. Right now you're mine, all mine. Plus, my laptop wouldn't be able to handle it either. Look me in the eyes. Forget yourself, surrender your mind. Right now you're mine, all mine. Give in your mind, all mine. Bam, 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 bam. Do, do, do. I think what I might do is I might start switching to like a little like smaller brushes. That way I can just keep on going and then keep doing this like this. I'm gonna run out of time. But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid to die. I'm more afraid of what might happen first. Either way, it's not like we'll get out alive. I'm especially songs. I think the truth is that everyone's wrong. Still sing along, still sing along, long time. I might keep looking for nothing to find. They say keep trucking, it's all in your mind. Jimmy, you're fine. End of the line, gaining speed, wrapping trees. But I'll tell you what, it's not afraid to. It's not afraid to die. What's not afraid to die? Alive. So this way, these all end up like this. And like it keeps on. Wait. Just realized it looks different because I copied and pasted those ones over there. I might have to redo that entire section too. Oh gosh. You know what? I'm gonna redo that section as well. Just like that. And there it goes. Wait, actually, I should probably do that as whoop whoop. Just the two of us. Oh, Mr. Wolf, you want me to stay, but I fear we'll regret it one day. I have the thing you love, but the meat in me, the meat in me is way too much. Oh, I'm like one line behind. Whoops. Lost inside me or you. One of us is going to need to die. My dear little girl, what's the rush? Yeah, I know it's the newest. My laptop won't be able to handle it though. And I'm not a Pokemon player. I don't play like the only one that I play is Ruby. That's the only one I play genuinely. I play it on the DS. Genuinely. I play it on the DS. That is literally what I do. Specifically the DS Lite. A DS Lite that has also stick drift on it, kind of. Glamorous lizard. Glamorous lizard. Cheese beagle! Oh my gosh, it's cheese! Guys, it's cheese! Look! It's cheese! Yeah, I decided to redo the floor. Instead of like doing this, I was like, I'm gonna make it have like a more hand-painted look. This was fun to do. I love this. I love how this turned out. Genuinely, I loved how this turned out. Um, I'm gonna keep on painting this part inside the spaceship. It does look like a spaceship. It really does look like a spaceship. But yeah, I'm gonna keep on hand painting or hand doing this because it looks better. It looks better anyways. And the time taken, it's not that much compared to the 10 hours I took on just doing this. I'm not that proud of this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that proud of it. Like, sure, it does give the vibes off of this one, but I'm not proud of this. I'm not really that proud of it. I was like, I should probably redo it. And so that's what we're doing here. Redoing the entire thing. But this time what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go for like the whatchamacallit? Uh the food court part first. So the be right back screen. Oops. I think I should probably start on these ones real quick. Eee. Oop, you're jumping. Jumping for joy. Currency's still broken. I genuinely have no clue on how to fix it. I challenge you to a knife fight. You're gonna fight with a knife. Knife fight. You're gonna fight for your life. Knife fight. A really, really, really sharp knife. Oh my gosh, it's a sharp knife? Crazy. Son of a bitch, I'ma cut you. Swish, swish, swish in a knife fight. Knife fight. A knife fight. Glamorous lizard. I challenge thy to glamorous lizard. Oh yeah, I don't have Stream Labs, but I have Stream Elements. Also cheese, 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 cheese. I got a new chair. And like I can actually set my arms on the like armrest. I'm so happy. Oh, wait. No, 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 no. No, don't attack me. Don't do that. I'm trying to hide behind Stream. Oh my gosh. I have picked myself up. had to run. Are you gonna? Are you okay? Also, cheese. I made a little PNG tuber. It's Louis from Dandy's World. Thank you, Kofi. It's Louis from Dandy's World. I'm probably gonna make some like kind of like how Bagel does it. I'm probably gonna make my own because Bagel was like, "You should make your own and like sell them on Ko-fi." I'm like, "Okay, I'll have to I'll have to do it." And then I started doing Louis because I found this brush, which honestly, cheese, cheese, how could you? I like the look at this though. Yeah, you got me. I feel like try like a square eye. This looks like my character's sunset, actually. Guys, oh my gosh, it's sunset. This was my older, like, persona that I used to have. Well, I still have her. The sunset's still, like, very much, like, in my, like, OC list, like, big time. Like, she's, like, the reason why I have so many OCs. I just haven't drawn her in forever. Like, just sat down and done, like, an actual art piece of her. I need to do that. I need to draw like some of my older OCs, like just like have just update all of their references. Cuz that's where I grabbed Nova from. My older like OCs uh so that I could kind of recycle one of them. Cuz I have so many OCs. Like there's a lot and I need to like put them like in their like spots where they are in like their universes. Because there's like technically a couple universes, but they're all kind of connected. Okay. I wonder where did I start just doing lines? It's about right there, so about right here. So like this row. So I have about 4 more to go. Yeah. So like about there. That's about where I stopped that, and then I started doing the lines. I like how this has turned out. I really like how this has turned out. And I'll kind of like smooth out that corner as well. That way we have a little kind of transition line. Yeah. I wonder when my cough is gonna stop. Genuinely, I've been coughing for like a long time. Because I've had this cough since like at least almost a month actually. If it's still there whenever I go to my doctor's appointment, like I'm gonna be like, hey, by the way, I've been coughing for a really, really long time. I had a upper respiratory infection, you know? You know, that's why I couldn't stream for a while. Can we find out what's going on with me, please? Pretty please, thank you. I remember my blood tastes. What's in my head is just paper dolls, paper dolls. I love this song so much. It's such a nice song. What did I do? What did I do? Okay. I pressed Control X instead of Control Z. Okay. Oh, and every time I cry, it's about you, and every time I laugh, it's for you too. So do your little dance around my room. I know I'm gonna join you soon. There we go, the floor. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Doing somersaults with the floor. Yeah. Yeah, that looks really good, actually. I like that. I really do like that. I like how that turned out. That means for the ceiling, what I could probably do is, ow, is probably add in kind of painted details like this. Time I cry, it's about you, and every time I laugh, it's for you too. Do your little dance around my room. I know I'm gonna join you soon. So, like, the lines don't necessarily have to be that straight, but I do want them going, like, up and down. Like this. And I do want to kind of add some more as well. So I could probably add one, like, in the middle, kind of going a little bit straight. Yeah. So I'll, like, do this, like, size 18. And it'll go in the middle like that. And then this side will also get it too. That way this has, like, the fully, like, feel of the feel of it. Come on. Amen, I'm only a man, howling at your face in the moon. Hot damn. In the stained glass too. As all hell breaks loose, as all hells always do. What the hell can I do? Have a little more heaven than you. Hot damn. Listen, catechism. Temple baby. Your body, my temple. Come on. Come on. Come on. I know I can do. There we go. Okay, I do need to do this one. Your body, my temple, baby. Your body, my temple. And then the lines definitely should be a little bit shorter. Or not shorter, but thinner. I'll start with these actually. Oops. Fermenting my brain. We'll add in a little bit of thickness here. Just going up from there. Just like that. And then that way we can see what yeah. There we go. Your body, my temple, baby. Your body, my temple. Baby. Louis got Picasso'd? Oh my gosh, Louis got Picasso'd? Holy cow. That's wild. Should probably have this under here.
I
Oh my
forgot you
gosh,
were.
it's ants.
It's
What?
me. I forgot you were streaming.
Wow. Wow. That's wild. That is wild.
Sorry. I'm 2.5 pages deep into a 3-page essay that I was supposed to work on throughout the entire week.
Oh, damn. How's it going, at least?
Um, Suffering, but I'm getting through it.
Mm. You want to see the progress that I've got so far on this?
Sure.
I'm redoing the
I can take a
background.
look at your screen.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'm actually gonna grab some more drink. I'm actually gonna pour. Chat, don't
I
do
mean,
what
I
I'm doing
always think
right
it looks good.
now. Don't do what I'm doing right now. I'm
Are you
currently
standing in a swivel
pouring.
chair?
No, I'm pouring Hawaiian Punch into a Dr. Pepper can, like the big one,
Why?
the big Hawaiian Punch, not can, but bottle. Smaller drink. You can't attack Kofi.
Damn it, it's up there.
Kofi's in the corner.
Fine then.
Let me guess, you're gonna attack me. Is that what you're gonna do?
No.
That was a very guilty no. Oh, you're gonna attack
Not me.
cheese?
Not me untyping Obsidian the Rock.
Oh my gosh, I did it without spilling. Holy shit, I'm so good at this, guys. I'm so good at this. I'm gonna send you the radioactive Dr. Pepper. It's blue.
Why?
That's a video. That's not a photo. That is a video. That is in fact a video. Do not delete the Gigi photo. Delete the video. Delete the video, not the photo. Meow 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 meow. We are sending the photo to ants currently. Where are you in my
Why am I in caps lock?
list? Why are you in caps lock? A wise woman said I'm alive. Nobody's ever told her she's wrong.
That's horrible. That is horrible.
It's the blue
Should
Dr.
post this on like
Pepper.
r/cursed images.
Tra-la-la-la-la. What I'll do is I'll actually kind of erase a little bit on the outsides. I think that would be. No. I'll keep it like that, but then. Hmm. How about. We make the lights do this? Maybe? Hmm. Kind of like that or something. Or just like,
Squiggles.
yeah. Yeah, the currency is broken still. I I don't know how to fix the currency. I've said
Give us
this
the rocks.
multiple times. I've said this multiple times. Even when you guys win, like, the boss battles, the battle royales and whatnot, it says that you guys have rocks. You guys don't for some reason. I have no clue how to fix it.
I know I should be working on this essay, but I have a stupid idea for your PNG tuber.
What?
I gotta show you. I can't just tell you.
What are you showing me?
Opening Photoshop 2026
Why are you opening Photoshop?
to mess with your tuber.
Why are you messing with
Only slightly.
Louis? Why are you messing with Louis?
Only slightly.
Why are you slightly
It's taking
messing with
forever to load.
Louis? What are you doing with Louis?
I'll mess
Galaxy
with Louis after
Satan.
Photoshop opens because it takes forever for some reason.
Oh yeah, Photoshop always takes forever to open. Oh. Actually, what I could do is this. Guys, I'm so smart. I found out how to flip the image, like flip the canvas. On Krita, you just press M, and that's what it does. Hey, let's do some magic stuff. Snort a little puff. Everyone I know has magic powers. Hey. Hours and hours. Phone. You alone. Please leave me alone. This is this. Me alone. Bones break. Hey, let's do the magic stuff. Little snuff. One I know has magic powers. Hey, let's do magic love. We could talk for hours and on the phone. Be alone. Please leave me alone. This is my business.
Hello.
Hello. Oh wait, hi, Bacon. It's Bacon. Oh my gosh, it's Bacon. Hi, Bacon. Bacon's currently muted.
Damn bacon.
Oh, I'm muted. Would have never known.
It's Bacon, guys. It's Bacon.
Hello.
Hello. Just like a vampire, I don't exist. Walkie-talkie static, white noise telephone. Not telephone. Telepath. Why the fuck did I say telephone?
It's just like the game telephone. You messed it up.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I just had some sketty.
Ooh, what kind? Oh wait.
Biscuity.
Was it a certain
This,
kind of biscotti?
it was just normal. I made it. It was
Ooh.
just normal spaghetti.
I need to make spaghetti soon.
Okay, I sent you the thing. Um,
I'm scared.
so you
What
know
thing?
how your PNG tuber shows its talking by having
Oh
that little mouth
gosh.
appear? What
Oh
if
gosh.
it instead to show
Oh
it unhinged?
gosh. Why would
Just
why
Unhinged?
would you
unhinge a little
have
bit.
it unhinged?
What are you
Oh
Just
talking
unhinges a
gosh.
little
about?
bit. I'll set it in chat.
Now it's
Yeah,
Oh
starting to
what if it
my
become
just
gosh.
unhinged just a little bit?
Oh
starting to
my
become paranoid
gosh.
about a balloon having a mouth. For some reason, for some reason that's starting to bother me.
How would it eat candy?
That's a good question.
How would it eat
Open
the
up, pop some, open up, tilt head up, pop some in, close.
Like
how would
when you
it
open
eat
your
the
mouth, do you lose?
multiple
You
box
like
of chocolates that I guzzled down as Louie while I'm playing Dandy's World?
How would it with such the small mouth you have currently?
I
do you
mean,
lose air? Do you lose air when you open your
I
mouth?
don't know. Would I?
No. But like, just imagine like a little door hinge on top of the
Oh my gosh.
on top of the snoot.
Door hinge.
It just
Oh my.
squeaks.
It's like you're trying to talk, but they can't hear you because the squeak. Sorry, it's just my squeaky hinge. I need to oil it.
Oh
Wait
yeah,
1 second.
Suki, the rocks disappear after a little bit, like after a while. I think it's like 30 minutes, I think.
After 30
There you
minutes of
go.
being gone?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, there's Bagel's Rock. It's Bagel's Rock,
Beggle's
guys.
here.
Bagel's at work.
Rock and roll.
It
Stop
has
lurking
happened
at work,
actually.
Beggle.
It has happened
Okay.
actually.
What's happened?
Suki's rock disappearing like that. It
Oh.
disappeared because they went to bed and like I watched the rock disappear in real time and I was like, "Oh, there goes Suki's rock." It
So sad.
was so sad.
What happened? Is there a sign on a different layer? What happened to the sign for
It's on a different layer.
okay. Just like the lighting or whatever, the neon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Glad to be back, but I'm actually disappear again, freaked up. Suki! Suki! This is being said with the same disappointment when you got an F on your math test. This is
Fatherly
said with
disappointment.
the same disappointment that you Suki! 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 Suki!
Finished my essay, I
Suki!
think.
It's insert
Suki!
disappointed father stock image.
Suki!
Insert hands on hip.
Yes, exactly.
Suki! Yeah, go to bed, go to bed. Oh, hey,
Right
Foxy
now,
Fierce.
young pebble.
It's their rock. How does it see
Nice
people?
soup.
How does it get people's rocks?
Take care of yourself.
I'm so curious. I'm so curious. Because they have not typed in chat.
Probably
Bacon
because they
hasn't
appear
really
as a
typed yet
viewer.
either. Yeah, but not all viewers appear though.
Mm?
Upside down. We got back at it.
Because, like, it does show lurkers sometimes.
Sometimes.
In, like,
Thank
in,
you,
like,
government.
the viewers.
Sometimes, but like not all the time.
It's strange.
Oh, still too early. Oh, we are the.
So if you drink water, do you become a water balloon?
That's a terrifying question to ask. Probably.
So cursed.
That would be really cursed. Like, that would be really cursed.
Just thinking. Louis is one of the only characters you can talk about. No, I shouldn't say it. I should not say that.
What are you talking about?
Do I need
Ants?
to mute the Discord call so that I can hear what you have to say?
Potentially.
Okay. You guys, they can't hear you. I want to hear what you say. I want to hear what you say. That is true. That is true. Chat has no clue what I just. Okay, you guys are unmuted, but chat has no clue what I was just laughing at. That
It was
is.
wholesome. It was very wholesome. And
Yep.
it wasn't bad at all. It was just ants telling us about their paper. Yeah.
You could probably even draw it, and no one would be none the wiser.
What? Oh.
Don't. Please don't.
Oh my gosh. Iso just attacked you, ants.
Remember, artists, you have free will.
I've lived long enough to unfortunately visit DeviantArt.
I think I've visited it like once a really long time ago.
Everything is cursed there.
It is. It really is. My. I gotta pull a bagel. I gotta pull a bagel on that, like, for that one. My. Why did I walk right into that? Why the fuck did I walk right into that? You were attacking me and I walked right towards you. You attacked me and I walked right towards you.
Ants, you should make the art.
No! I'm gonna mute myself when I say this.
I'm neither skilled enough to do that, nor do I want to.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because that's weird.
Oh my my gosh. Oh my. My.
I guess they know what we're talking about now.
They don't, because I muted myself. I muted myself on stream.
Oh, sneaky.
Yeah, I muted myself on stream so that they didn't hear what I just said.
You sneaky snack.
Sneaky snack?
Yeah.
You forgot the uwu.
What?
Beagle
Snack.
Mayago just
Uwu.
redeemed
Oh,
stretch.
Bagel's making me stretch. Bagel's making me oh gosh, my phone. Ow.
You're
I
never
just
gonna
elbowed
get
the
me
wall.
to say that.
What?
Oh, you better stretch like
Beagle
do
Mayago just
360
redeemed stretch.
You know, like
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bagel, are you trying to like completely stretch me? I'm not.
Beagle Mayago just redeemed
you're gonna
duck.
do a 90-degree stretch.
I'm gonna
It's
do a
just gonna
90-degree
happen.
stretch. Oh my god. I'm gonna
Beckle is trying
we're
to
gonna
break you in half.
I'm gonna ignore what I just said. Okay, let's
Beagle Mayago just redeemed stretch.
Bagel, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I would say that. I didn't realize. Ooh. Ow.
What did you say? Wait, what did you
I'm
say?
not gonna say it again. I'm not gonna say it again.
You say something mean.
The fuck are you gonna the fuck? Gotta
Calling Salem?
stretch.
I have no clue what happened.
I can't believe I said that. I cannot believe I said that though.
Did I clip and see what it was?
What?
Did I clip you and see what it was?
Please don't clip it. Please do not clip it.
Okay,
If she shouts me out and that appears, I will genuinely like my streaming career over, gone, zilch, nothing, no, nothing,
now
absolutely
I'm
nothing.
curious. What was it?
Don't clip it.
Why
Don't
was I attacked?
clip it.
ISO. I thought
I
we were
will.
friends.
If somebody
in
clips
Discord
it,
chat.
I will delete it. I will fucking delete it. I will delete that clip.
Tell us in Discord chat.
Tell us. I'm waiting.
No.
Oh,
Delete
Bagel.
that clip.
Bagel, please!
Oh,
No!
I want to see it.
Bagel, no! Bagel, no! Why have you done this to me?
Oh, I saw the clip. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you deleted that clip.
I will be deleting that clip. I will be deleting that clip.
You deserve to get in trouble? I didn't mean to
No, I'm
say
not gonna
that.
block myself. What the fuck? Bagel.
Mute me again.
Okay, hold up. Okay, you're muted. That's at least better than what I fucking said. You fucking you delowned it? You downloaded it? Are you
Belounded.
My. I'm pulling a bagel. My.
Oh no! Bagel downloaded it?
Bagel fucking downloaded it.
Why would you just do that? I mean, Begel's the one who did the redeem.
like a whole bunch of times.
A whole bunch of times. It was
And my
innocent.
brain said, I spoke before I thunk. I spoke before I thought.
It didn't mean anything by it. No, no, ISO, you don't want to know. We're just talking. Oh, ads.
Oh, ads.
Oh, a first-person shooter that I'm never gonna play. Cool. Mindless violence. Wait.
Mindless violence?
Mm-hmm.
Yummy.
My favorite show.
My.
What is this commercial?
What kind of commercial are you getting?
It's a cat litter commercial. It says poo poo pee pee.
What? What kind of cat litter commercial are you watching, bro?
It's like there's like the cat with a laser pointer pointing at like a slideshow.
Oh my gosh. That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah. It's probably really not that funny. It's just I have your stream on mute and I can't hear the commercial. So in my head, just seeing that without any like audio was really
That's wild. Red, red moon, keep on rising. The sun sets soon, and it will bleed my
Glamorous
horizon.
lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
I almost said Blocks Lord. Box
Hi,
Lord.
Blocks Lord.
Blocks Lord.
Hi, Blocks
Roblox
Lord.
Lord.
Hi, Roblox Lord. Oh my gosh, it's Roblox Lord. It's Roblox?
Lord of Roblox.
Someone's been playing a bit too much Dandy's World.
Hmm?
Still has Boxton. Still has just Boxton, though.
Hmm. We don't talk about that. Actually, I'm gonna play Danny's World right now. You do. Oh yeah!
Ooh.
Please, I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait to see it either.
Oh sweet. Oh, it's so cute. I really I mean, I probably shouldn't ask too many questions because you're still working on it, but does the box like close or open when it's talking?
Ignore your NDA. Tell us everything.
Ignore your NDA. That's wild. That's wild.
Really cute though.
Teach me to make moonshine and not get drunk on the spirits of the air.
Not
When
that
I
Begel
walk
was
to the
ever
equator.
bad at making PNG tubers, but I think Begel has gotten significantly better at making them more like expressive looking.
Yes. Bagel's also making them really fast too.
Yeah,
Like really fast.
Chef Begel's cooking.
I said this the other day, but like Begel's PNG tubers right now are neo Begel style, and then the Shelly PNG tuber is classic Begel.
You
Yeah.
mean Neo Begel? I don't know what you're talking about. Like a new?
Yes, new.
Okay. I don't really
It's
think they
like a
look.
newer, more experimental style.
Yeah, I love them. Bagel's awesome. Bagel's amazing at art.
Bagel is really amazing at art.
Bagel's just like an amazing artist. We love Bagel.
We need to make Beggle panic at their desk by
Bagel needs a shout out.
Yes. Oh, oh.
Bagel My Ego is awesome. They're almost at 1,000. They're almost at 1,000, bro. They just hit 900 too. Like they're
That's
like they're
insane.
they're like halfway from like 900 to 1,000. They're at 960 actually.
That's
They're at
crazy.
960. We need your ego is big. It's getting larger.
Is that even possible? Your
Is
last name
it?
is Ego. My ego is
it's
your last
Ego. Get it
name.
right.
It's ego. Bagel my ego.
We need to make a little like PNG that's just like a Lego My Ego box. But like instead of
Lego
Lego
my
My
ego.
Ego,
Ego.
it should just be Bagel
Yeah.
My Ego.
Yeah, it should be.
Like, how
No,
much
there
would
should.
it cost to hire Willow to make a 3D Lego piece of Beggle?
Willow
Oh yeah, a
doesn't do
Lego
commissions.
piece.
Willow
Like
doesn't
a
do like
Lego
the
minifigure.
3D commissions.
No,
That
I
would be
want to see like
awesome
Who,
though.
A Lego brick of
who does
Bagel,
do, wait,
like
probably
a grumpy
Lily would,
Bagel.
right? Who does do 3D commissions?
I don't know. Does Yamigo do 3D missions? Maybe, possibly. I don't know.
Oh yeah, my workplace got a new store manager finally. Like we've been managerless for like the entirety of January.
Is that you? Are you the new
Is it
store
Beggle?
manager?
No, I don't know how I feel about her. She's honestly she's chill, but like your second 10-hour stream, 5 hours of games and 5 hours of raffles is wild.
On Thursday?
Then Friday will be another 5 hour. Holy shit.
Nice, because I won't be able to. I won't be able to watch stream on Thursday.
What time are you
God,
starting anyways,
sorry.
Bagel?
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Not in the morning. You crazy?
6 in the morning.
I naturally wake up at like 7:30 in the morning.
I
Not
usually
that I
set
get
my
out of bed.
alarms like my first alarm is at 6, my second alarm is at 6:15, my third alarm is at 6:30, my fourth alarm is at 6:45, and my fifth
You have
alarm
4
that says
alarms?
5
I
technically.
have
My
like
fifth
5.
alarm is saying you better get the fuck up. You need to leave by now.
I'm replacing the batteries in my
So
alarm
at
clock right
6
now because they didn't go
p.m.,
off.
holy shit, Bagel. You're not gonna go to sleep. You're gonna pull a Sid.
What the hell?
Holy shit, though.
That's some really nice ketchup you got there.
It really does look like ketchup.
Neon ketchup.
Neon ketchup.
Definitely not toxic.
Definitely not. Well,
Are you
yeah.
talking about the Shrek ketchup?
What are you talking about, Shrek?
Oh my gosh.
The Shrek ketchup.
What is
The
this?
What
games will
else
be the
could I be
start of
talking
the
about?
stream, and then we'll roll into art raffles around 10:30. Okay, okay. I do get off at 4, which gives me about an hour if you're starting at 6. Because I'm an hour behind you, so it'll be 5 o'clock for me.
I can't wait for tomorrow. I start my new job.
Ooh,
I'm gonna
nice.
work at a barbecue place.
Ooh, barbecue chicken.
What
Oh yeah.
kind of barbecue?
Like Texas barbecue. It's a place called
Ah,
Old
so
Southern.
beef.
It's what?
Beef.
What's beef mean? I mean, I know what beef is.
Bacon. What did you say?
I don't remember.
What's the place? What did you say? Like, what's the
It's
place?
a place called Old Southern.
Old Southern.
Yeah.
I heard,
Southern.
yeah, I heard North Carolina is known for their pork barbecue, and Texas is known for the beef barbecue.
That is true, actually. Kidding, I have no clue.
I might
So,
be wrong.
y'all know how I got a new chair and whatnot?
Yeah.
Nope.
I got a new chair, by the way. My old one was really irritating me because it kept on like squeaking every single time I moved. And so I got one of those like ones that are like for like the it said it quite literally said big and tall people. Um I'm slightly the opposite. I'm big and short. uh and it's got one of the like it's got adjustable height for the arms, the armrests, and
Arms?
you can adjust it up and down. Um
Is it
Nice.
too
and
tall for you?
no. In fact, I wish it was a little bit taller.
What?
Oh, if it's meant for tall people, then why?
I
Why
don't
are you
know.
tall?
I am
Oh,
five foot
maybe because
two.
tall people have longer arms.
That is
The thing is, I've
possible.
got a really long I've got a longer than usual torso. Like my legs are kind of short, but then my torso's just long.
You
So you're
long
the
torso
opposite of a Genshin
person.
character.
Oh my gosh. And so like usually chairs that pivot, I have to still lean like I still have to like kind of lean kind of backwards a little bit because the pivot you can't tighten the pivot. If you know that what I mean.
Is it-
Honestly, I wish I could make the armrests go a little bit higher though, and that they weren't like they're kind of small, but they you can like push them forward and backwards.
Mine are like stuck in place. They're like solid. I'm moving these bad boys.
But it's actually like it's also like long enough for my legs as well, like the my thighs. I guess that's how you explain it. Um, cause my old chair, like my legs would always kind of be pointing at a downwards angle a little bit, but
Oh,
now I
that's
can actually
impossible.
just sit normally, which I realized
Downward
is like
spiral.
which I realize is probably one of the reasons why I have like some pain in my legs sometimes if I'm like doing like a longer stream, I guess. Um and so I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's odd." Because now I can just sit and my legs are at a 90-degree angle, like they're 90-degree angles, instead of like my legs being pointed downwards. What is so? So like my legs are now like this instead of like this. What? 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 Why are you
You call
yelling at
obsidian
me?
like the first three letters, and I
Abby.
call
I would like to say Obby is objectively worse than just Sid.
yeah, it is.
Oh, damn. Nice.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
Who is it that
It's a
just figured
Pokeball.
out Sid is for short for Obsidian?
I think it's. Oh fuck! Who was it?
Was it you, Bacon?
No,
No,
That's
it's one of Bagel's chat members.
Is it you, Bacon? Because that no was
Oh
very suspicious.
No, it wasn't
no!
bacon.
What was so
Because
suspicious about the no?
you didn't go no, you went no.
I was just feeling defensive.
All right.
I'm trying to think. Behold, the turn bagel into a real bagelinator. Oh my gosh, there's a video on my TikTok where I was literally like I was like, here's how to make an amazing snack. And then like I explained all of the steps and then the next video because I literally like posted that video, grabbed the bagel that I had made and went to my desk and the next video was like posted like not even 5 minutes later. My fucking bagel! Cuz I fucking dropped my bagel. I was distraught.
You know what?
You dropped it?
I fucking dropped it.
That is so sad. What the heck,
I was
I
Sam?
am
very
not doing
distraught.
this math homework.
Why not?
Ants?
I didn't wake up this morning and wasn't there for a math class, so I don't have the notes I need for the homework because you have to post your notes. And I also missed the lesson, so I don't understand how to do it.
Oh, yeah,
Mm,
Which is why I just said I replaced the batteries in my alarm clock.
you're giving me like PTSD from when I was in college, where I dropped out. Ooh,
I'm receiving my PTSD right now.
oh my
so
gosh.
sorry. So I did that exact thing.
Oh, good for you, because now I'm living it.
Just be better than me. Don't drop out of college.
I'm not gonna drop out of college. My parents would crucify me, ironically, because I'm learning about Christ right now in my religion class.
Well, you can save me from my sins, I guess.
I'll be like Bacon, but better at school and worse at art.
I don't know about that. I mean, that's school is probably more important than art.
So you're doing good at the glowy shit right now.
Thank you.
Yeah. What's that one like toxic chemical? It's like a gas.
Uranium, radium,
Yes.
thorium.
Uranium, uranium. That's our
I thought you were
town,
gonna.
our highway town.
I thought you were gonna sing "Uranium Fever" has
Uranium.
got me.
No, I'm singing Ride the Cyclone.
Uranium does make a lot of toxic gas when you first mine it up, though,
Like, why does it do that, bro? So rude.
because it doesn't want to be woken up. Come on.
It's like you. Just kidding.
Oh, I wanted to be woken up. I wanted to be woken up, but I did not.
Damn.
Yeah.
Smash dust to dust. I'm filling up my coffee cup. One way to shake me up. I never wanted to sleep alone.
I might go back to college one day, but everyone will be like, "Oh, you're old."
Not really. College like is like for all ages technically. Like when
Except
I
children.
was when I well I was literally like in college at like 17
Yeah.
That's
cuz
older than
the
child.
fact because of the fact that I was in my senior year taking concurrent classes. I decided not to continue with it. I didn't want to really college wasn't for me.
Hmm.
Um but basically
I
the
learned that the hard way for me
yeah.
myself.
I
We're
was
just gonna have to be
one of my
free.
classmates was quite literally like she was like kind of in her late 50s. Salem! Salami! Salami! Can we get a
Salami.
shout out for Salem Cat 271?
Hello?
It's Salem Cat 271.
Salem
Hello,
car.
Salem Tar?
Oh shit.
Salem
God damn
car.
it.
I love Salem car.
Check out Salem Car 271 at
There's not even
twitch.tv
a
slash Obsidian the Rock Boy.
It's Pixel. Look it guys, it's
Oh,
Pixel. Why is there a large
It's
Oh wait,
Pixel.
that's Salem's. I was like, why I
What?
looked over? Why is there a large rock? Thank you, Kofi.
Hey Salem, mass explode.
No, what? Do not. Please, Salem, do not. Seriously, do not. Genuinely, do not. Please do not.
the Pixel, why are you cooked?
Also, why is Pixel cooked?
Dude.
No, guys, seriously, it's going to like, it's going to kill my. Thank you for not doing it so far. It's going to start like trying to kill my computer.
What are you eating, Salem?
Are we eating Salem? Why are we eating Salem?
No, no, Salem said, like, I'm eating. And I said, what are you eating, Salem? A boy's
A
trip to a
boys' trip to a
con.
con. Ooh,
Type of
that sounds
con.
fun.
Furry hotel. Furry con.
Oh, you can't find a hotel. Oh no.
To sleep under a bridge with the homies. Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Oh, nachos? Dang.
Ooh, is it the like nachos that you just put in the microwave? Those ones
I
are always really
love me
good. I
some.
love
I, l-
those.
I love me some nachos.
I like the microwave nachos, I'm not gonna lie.
Would you
If
surprised if I told you
twilight-
that I sprinkle bacon on my nachos?
That sounds so good. Oh, your mom cooked it. We found one that's
Ooh.
cheap and nearby, and only one of us is 18. Oof.
Just, make a fake ID.
Do not do
You
that. Do not do that. Do not do that.
It's only a crime if you get caught.
Do not do
Exactly.
it still. Do not. It could
Ants
you
understands.
because a lot of
This
people
is why
make
you get a
those.
really, really good fake ID artisan.
Hmm.
Not a bootlegger, an artisan.
Usually you can book a room at 18, but for whatever reason it's 21. We're so cooked.
They must
Oof.
serve alcohol.
They might serve
There's probably
alcohol. That
alcohol in the
might
mini
be.
fridges.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
might be alcohol in the mini fridges. Mm, for nothing at all.
Oh, if it's 21.
If it's 21, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know. There's nothing on the website.
I mean,
Um,
you need to be 21 to
So
rent a
just
car.
you should
So,
just call.
yeah. Yeah, you should definitely call the hotel and
Yeah.
be like, "Hey, how old do you have to be to rent like to get a room?"
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to call and ask.
Yeah, it doesn't.
where the hell did you get money for con tickets and a hotel, though? And a flight? Or presumably a
We're
flight.
working on it. Yeah.
If it's just like a car ride and then tickets and hotel, then.
It might if it's like it might
Oh,
be
you're
like a
driving? Oh, that
close
sounds fun.
Oh,
I love road trips.
road trip. My senior year of high school, we actually went me and two of my friends went to Branson, Missouri to take our graduation photos and our friend's aunt had
Explode
Ant?
ants?
oh it's just got
What?
exploded.
No!
Thank you for not mass exploding everybody though.
Now you
It
could mass
genuinely
explode everybody.
no, it genuinely Hi Dax. How do you like it so far? I'm working on like the lights on this.
The hyper realistic lighting. Crazy.
Oh, it's walking distance. Oh, you're still playing Minecraft. Ooh. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Otherwise, parking is like
I think
30 a person. Damn.
Jesus.
If anything, you could try Ubering.
Wait, 30 a car or 30 a person? What? Huh?
how does that work? How do they count the people?
You just gotta hide someone in your trunk. They
Just pretend they're a
don't
body.
even count cars. It's the
That's
people in the car.
counterintuitive.
You have to count the you have not count. You have to hide like 7 people inside of your trunk.
7 alive people.
Yes, yes, alive, specifically
Yeah, yeah.
alive.
Or you could do the whole like Muppet Man trench coat.
Yeah, yeah, 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
Yeah.
I prefer 3 raccoons in a trench coat. Just
You would.
One's the bottom carrying. Wait.
there's a goofy reason why my son is a raccoon.
What?
What's the goofy
Just
reason?
to eat trash?
No, it's because one of my friends has a Sona that is basically just a raccoon, and like we started copying him,
Bro's pulling a
and I
Technoblade. Oh my gosh, Bro's
like I
pulling a
turned my
Technoblade.
profile picture into the at the time into a raccoon, and it just kind of stuck, and eventually I became known as a raccoon.
That's so great.
That's awesome.
I don't remember why, but I remember hearing that you should never turn your favorite animal into your Sona, and otters are my favorite animal, so
Why?
It kind of makes
I don't
sense.
remember why, but there was a good reason.
It probably wouldn't be like a true like reflection of your personality.
Well, that
Like my
fucking
favorite
sucks. That's just
cats are my
boring.
favorite.
Sid, what's your favorite animal? Don't say balloon.
Oh, that's
Balloon
actually a hard
dogs.
question. I haven't really thought about that. I do love cats.
Whenever someone says a domestic animal, I look at them like they're boring.
Well, fuck you too.
Oh, wow.
That's why all the
Is your
rocks
favorite animal
are that's
dogs?
why my rock is hovering over you. It's covering your face. No, 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 no. You gotta go back. You gotta go back.
It's
Bacon, is your
barking.
favorite animal a dog?
No, it's probably a fox, honestly.
Oh,
Or a wolf. It's like anything in the canine family, probably.
Mine
I
used to
don't really.
be wolves and foxes.
I think
mustelids are really
foxes.
cool.
I think mainly foxes. I feel like um wolves are like
There's
too like
too many canine furries, though.
There's not enough.
feel-
There
I
are
feel
a
like
lot of canine furries.
wolves are too gritty. I think foxes are like I don't know. They got this
Wolves
energy.
are also smelly.
So are foxes. They smell terrible. I actually held a
Well,
fox.
fox pee specifically smells. I don't think
Yeah,
do the foxes themselves smell?
they do. I held a
Never
fox.
mind then.
I smelt a fox. I literally held it in my arms.
Go
A
back to
willing
dog.
victim of a cannibal. I'm not crazy, I'm Fox. Yeah, Naksh isn't
And
crazy.
I
He's a
have
fox.
over 3,000 points.
Oh no.
Don't do it. Please don't.
I'm not gonna do it. I don't want to
Actually,
waste my
Yeah, you
points.
need
I
to
need to like
save your
actually
points.
think a little bit harder about what my favorite animal is. Actually, my childhood favorite animal was a tiger. Because me and my best friend, um, we both like really liked tigers. And
Save check? Oh yeah, I do need to save. I do need to
Natch
save.
the Fox just redeemed save check.
I remember I would pretend I was like an orange tiger and she would pretend that she was a white tiger when we were
Aw.
little.
I have a fun second
I
favorite animal. Right. Oh, Sid, you go talk about your story first. You're the streamer.
From the bits.
Oh,
The
I'm in
bits.
the
The
bits.
bits.
The bits. The
Bruh.
bits.
The bits.
Okay. Take it easy on the counter,
Thank you
will
for the bits.
Rara
The
just cheered 5 bits.
biddies. You gotta give them the biddies. Honestly, whew.
Are we entering a journey of self-discovery right now?
The bits have made me I forgot what I said. What I was gonna
The
say.
forgetful bits.
Oh, 100 bit badge earned! Let's go!
Nice. Let's
Let's
go.
Bit badge.
go!
Oh, ads.
Oh, ads. Aw. I didn't get the notification for that. It usually says at the top of my chat that there's that it's an ad
Oh.
break.
I mean, in settings, you can have it change to where you have more of like a notification. Like if it's 5 minutes,
No, no, no.
even up to 20 minutes.
Usually it gives a notification.
How long until it says?
It usually says 1 minute till ads, but it didn't do it.
Hmm.
That way I could just
Maybe you
be
just
like,
missed it?
guys, 1 minute. No, no, because it also does the ad countdown.
True.
So what were you gonna say earlier, Sid?
I
Like
About
completely
your
forgot.
favorite animal?
Oh, to be specific, my favorite type of cat is a Lynx Point Siamese, aka what Gigi
What is Gigi?
is.
Oh,
A
Lynx
Lynx
Puncher.
Point Siamese. It's basically a mix
Was
between
this
a
a conscious
Siamese.
decision, or did that become your favorite cat because of Gigi?
Gigi became my favorite cat. She's very
Oh.
unique. Usually they don't have as much orange in them, like on their face, but Gigi has a lot of orange on her face. There's also another type of it's kind of like a lynxy, but it's like a calico. I think it's like a calico point Siamese. I also really like Siamese
Nice.
cats as well. Siamese are my second favorite type of cat, but Lynx tips are my favorite.
I really like.
Remember orange? Oh, begging you first.
I was just gonna say I really like servals. Have you seen those?
Ooh.
Like
They
Oh,
make
oh, oh,
weird
oh, oh, oh.
noises.
Good news, good news, good news. Pixel, what's the good news?
what's the
You
good
call them?
news?
Is it 18?
Ah,
Nash, hi! Hello!
Oh, Nash.
hi.
Ah,
Whoa.
Hello, Commissioner
my
Nax.
friend was looking at the complete wrong thing and gave me all the wrong number. Oh,
Oh.
oh,
You can never trust your friends. I'm just saying, like, I can't trust my friends.
damn. Parking, it's 35 a day per car. Okay, that's a lot better.
Oh,
That's a
That's
lot
a lot
better.
better. That's better than per
That's still
person.
not good.
it's still very expensive,
Yeah,
but
better
not
than
like
hiding
ridiculous
bodies.
like before.
right. Like
Better than
$30 a
hiding bodies.
person? No more hiding 3 people in a trench coat.
I mean, they could still do that for like the
70 split
hotel.
between 4 is better though.
Yeah, it is.
And we can get whatever hotel. I mean, you can split 35 between 4.
I was gonna ask Nash, are you your favorite animal?
Am I my favorite animal? I don't know.
Yes. Is your
Favorite
favorite
animal?
animal a fox?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
What's your favorite animal?
I don't know.
Name a woman.
Name a woman. What?
What does that
What?
mean?
It's a reference. It's a reference.
Name a
Would you
woman.
Name a
The horrible
woman?
thing is I completely blanked on any woman's name.
I
Name-
I have a theory.
name-
Well, my main prevailing theory is that when you ask a man what to name a woman, their answer most of the time will either be Amelia Earhart or Michelle Obama.
I only think about men.
You can only think about men. That's wild.
I don't know what my favorite animal is, guys.
I wonder what your favorite animal is.
Match the fox.
I say as
Says the guy
as
with
I
2
look
fox
at
sodas.
your 2 fox sonas. Hmm. I wonder what their
So,
favorite animal is.
It's a mushroom.
Actually,
It's a mushroom. I know it.
Neither of my sonas are foxes because of how much I like foxes.
Why are they
One
foxes
was
then?
so the first one, Noct, was to match someone who is now an X and have the same species
Aw.
animal. That's also where the two X's came from. And then
Oh.
yeah. And then Novak, the other fox, is based off of a set of ears and tails I was gifted.
Oh.
Cool.
Not Sid casually
Um,
going over to the ref sheet.
I had to give y'all
actually
a
need to make
visual.
another ref sheet because of another set of ears and tail I have.
Ooh, another one.
You should add it to the same character. Give them more ears and more tails.
Another one.
Nah.
Like
The
this
more
guy.
characters you have, the more sets of ears you have.
It's gonna be a Dalmatian.
Aw,
Ooh.
that's cute.
Is there gonna be
What's
101
the
of them?
closest thing? No. What's the closest real animal to a dragon?
A bearded dragon.
Probably a bearded dragon. Either that or like,
Spiny
Is
devil.
my favorite animal allowed to
Chicken.
be just a dragon?
Can I change my favorite animal if that's true?
Does it have to exist?
No, I mean, that's a good
You can
question.
have like two categories. Say my favorite animal is a dragon, and then my favorite existing animal is blank.
I
Yeah.
don't know what my favorite existing animal is.
Because my favorite
a
animal would be a
fox.
dragon.
Yeah.
Dragons are really cool. I feel like they'd be like really stinky though. Like they'd be really smelly.
Okay,
They'd just be kind of
but
like
Sid,
either
what
reptile.
kind of dragon? A western dragon, an eastern dragon, a wyvern?
Oh gosh, that's why did you ask me that specifically?
I would love to show off all my dragon statues,
Obsidian.
but y'all would judge me for the amount of fucking Dr.
I would
Pepper
not
on
Obsidian,
my
the
desk.
dragon with human flesh?
Ew.
Like dragon humanoids. I do like dragon humanoids. Specific like I do love like more unique dragons. Like specific Obsidian's wings. They're feathered. A lot of people have dragons
Like a
that
quetzalcoatl?
are a what?
Like a quetzalcoatl?
Let me look at
You
one.
said axolotl for a
It
second.
sounds like axolotl. Is it like
I said
does it
quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl? How do you spell that?
The winged serpent of Aztec myth.
I don't know
Why do you know
Aztec
about this?
mythology.
How do you know about this?
I mean, they are in a
It
religion
is
class.
Quetzalcoatl.
Can you spell that like 10 times slower?
I'm gonna spell it in chat. How about that?
Okay, that's all. That also works. That also
No,
works.
you have to sound. You have to say it out loud. You can't spell
Because
it.
all I heard was basically supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Pneumono ultramicroscopic silical volcaniconiosis.
I stopped playing Minecraft.
Oh.
Why did you do that? You have
I've
to
been
play
playing Minecraft since noon.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Oh, those are cool.
Yeah.
Those are really cool. Ooh.
Now I'm drawing Boxy.
Boxy's been going on
the
like a
winged
commissioning
serpent of Aztec myth.
spree, it looks like. Because I've seen on their Blue Sky, they've been posting a bunch of commissions. That they commissioned other people.
They got a raffle from me.
Nice, nice.
Nice.
So
Are you
catching
starting
up on
over
my
on the ketchup? The
Odarks.
ketchup looked good.
It was a little bit too thick. The ketchup was a little bit too thick.
It was
Why
too
are we
thick.
calling it
Why is
Everyone
there
knew about
ketchup?
quetzalcoatls, though.
Why are we calling it ketchup now?
It's a cookie place. It should be icing.
Literally.
Because you put ketchup on cookies, right? Right?
No.
No.
Oh, it
No.
must be an
That
American thing.
that sentence made me mentally retch.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
So do you not dip your cookies in tomato soup?
Yeah, it's like the best.
No, no.
Me neither.
And you like melt cheese on top in the microwave. It's like really good.
Let me just make this part
Like,
like rainbow, like actually rainbow. Rainbow
Like
neon
actually or literally.
LEDs.
did you just raid someone?
What? No. Why are you asking that?
Because I suddenly got put into someone else's stream.
What? How?
You
It's probably
I'm
on you.
still live.
You probably clicked on somebody else's stream.
Not to say I'm still
Wait,
in Obsidian's
what?
chat.
It's
I'm
confusing me.
Are you on
I got
mobile?
put into Guy's raid, but I'm not in Guy's stream. I wasn't in Guy's stream.
What?
I think Twitch just bugged out for me.
You just got put in. You got put into guy's raid. You just your phone just wanted you to go into guy's chat.
Excuse me.
I mean, I was watching Guy earlier today, but that was like hours ago.
I think I forgot to get my check in today. I'm almost to 100.
You're also
Yeah.
100. You're 100 years old.
No!
Oh my
I'm
gosh, you're
old, but I'm not that
old.
old. I am old, but I'm not that old.
That's something an old person would say.
Hey.
I'm drawing a PNG toolbar for Boxy.
Aww.
Sid, I'm gonna send you something that you're gonna like probably. Actually, no,
I'm
I'll put it in chat so they can see.
I'm
Yes.
scared.
You also say that every single time you send something. You like probably. Like, what does that mean? Oh.
Dragon chart.
Oh, I never thought about this. Worm. I love that. Worm.
I hope it's the exact dragon chart I'm thinking of that I grew up staring at for hours on end in Pinterest. Oh my god, it is!
Oh my gosh. Didn't someone else make like a larger one of those with like the apple dragons or something?
No idea. But wouldn't the apple dragon just be like a worm?
No,
Wait a
I
second.
don't think so.
What are these bodily proportions? on
Because like
Boxy?
I know Applin from Pokemon is like
I feel like
the
obsidian
joke
would
is that it's
kind
a
of
worm.
like be closer to like kind of like a cockatrice. Maybe.
Chicken.
Chicken.
Because
Because like
cockatrices are like chickens.
they're kind of like a bird. They're more bird-like.
They're normally portrayed as chickens.
Yeah. Either that or they would kind of be similar to like a Cosmo. It's Cosmo, guys. It's Cosmo.
Are
Cosmo
you
seems
EP
very
Cosmo?
tired. It's an EP Cosmo.
Are they making those noises to deceive us?
Gasp.
They're not EP at all.
Who's gonna ride the devil train tonight?
Oh, 5 minutes ago?
Oh. Good morning. How
Was
was
it
your
morning for you, or
sleep?
did you just have a bad sleep schedule?
I mean,
Probably the
yesterday
latter.
Cosmic was up for, I believe, 25 hours.
Hey.
Damn.
Dungeon Meshi.
Oh,
I want to eat that chicken.
what are
Dungeon
you
Meshi.
talking?
Eat more chicken, said
Are you
Chick-fil-A.
saying Dungeon Meshi?
I am saying Dungeon Meshi, the anime.
25 to
That is a good
27
show. I love that
hours.
show.
Oh my gosh. I love that show too. I can't wait for the next season.
Yeah,
I've already finished the entire manga.
me too.
Well, I don't read that much because I'm dyslexic.
You need to read. Make your brain big.
Yeah, my brain doesn't
Oh,
want to
you would
comprehend.
hate this book. You would hate After Virtue by Alistair McIntyre.
My brain hurts hearing the title. Elma, hello.
Hi, Elma back. What?
You say
What?
Elma back?
What did I just say?
What?
Not
Hi,
a
Elma
feasible sentence.
Taco. Welcome back. I was trying to say that, but my brain merged those words together. Hi, Elma back.
You're
Hi,
speaking
Elma
the
back.
language
Oh,
of
I'm a
the
baby back,
gods.
baby back, baby back.
Hi again.
You were speaking the language of the gods.
Oh my gosh, I was speaking the language of the gods? That's
Is the
wild.
language of the gods intelligible? What?
Probably not.
I shall share my arts.
Yay! Art.
Bacon, you should read what Elma Kako
That's a
has said.
forehead, I think.
My computer is upset that I'm sharing my arts.
I can't see it because my laptop is going to be even more upset if I share
Hey,
it, like, or
Bacon.
see it or open it.
What? My
Nice snits.
what does that mean? Ice?
Hi.
Oh my
Oh, oh,
gosh.
oh.
And
Are you okay? You almost just fell face first in my desk. Are you okay? Oh my gosh. What was that for? Chichi, come here. Oh, damn. Damn. Here, here. Here. Sit there.
my brain like reorganizes it to see
Why are
what
you
you
wet?
guys are referring to.
It's okay. You can sit there. I
Happened to
got you.
Gigi?
I got you. You can. Oh, 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 damn, damn, damn.
Ice knit.
Hi, Snits. Hi, Gigi. I'm being. Oh, you're being so
I don't
adorable.
think I'm ever gonna say that to anybody, Elma.
Hi, you're just like headbutting me though. Come here. Come on down here. You can actually
I'm
lay
never
down
gonna
here.
Say that to my boyfriend and no
Hey,
one
Jin.
else.
Hey, Jin.
See, you can sit down there.
Why not?
I'm gonna send something a little bit long.
A long,
It better be a
long.
long dragon.
there is a reason. Oh,
Doesn't it
doesn't
doesn't
matter
it
where the
doesn't
letters are in a word.
catter
The
in
only
what
important thing is that the
reader
first letter
the
is
I've
the
seen this
right
copy
place.
pasta, guys.
wad
Letters
are
can
the
be totally missing,
only
and
it
you
per
can still
mo
read it without a
it
problem. This is because human
promotant
mind does not read every letter by
ting
itself,
is
but
to
the
hat
word as a whole.
the frist is and
Sid, I
is
don't think you
at
can do this.
to be at the right clay. The rest can be a total missis, and you can still raid it without
It'll raid it
problem.
wow.
Tis
It
Horrible.
doesn't
is
matter what order the
bussy.
letters in a word
The
are. The only important thing is that the first and last letter of the first and last letter be at the right place. The rest can be a total mess and you can still read it without problem. This is because the human mind does not read every letter by itself, the word as a whole.
Sid, you summoned God in my room and now I have to fist fight him. let me keep trying to read this. Okay, Tis is Bussy, the
Don't
No.
say
What?
that.
El Macaco, clip that.
Huim. Dios,
clip
not
that.
raid,
Somebody clip that.
ove, alter by Islif, but the rod is a whore. Wait, lol.
So, were you trying to read it as it's spelled, or were you trying to read it as what it's meant to be?
I was trying to read it as it's spelled, and I fucked up at that last word.
No shit.
That last word you say.
Now did I summon two in your room?
Is it God and the Devil?
It's the Christian god in Zeus.
No, you just gotta start summoning all the. You gotta also summon
It's
Loki in
Buddha.
there.
Buddha's
Like
body
all the
slamming
the
Elma.
thousands of Shinto gods.
No, Buddha's like gonna body slam Elma.
Think you got my butt? Now it's Satan and
It's-
God damn it.
Oh wow. So if they kill you, where do you go? That's my question.
Your soul is obliterated.
Yeah, it's just obliterated.
They
Just
put it
obliterated.
in a
It's in double hell.
not a they put it in a taffy puller.
Oh my god.
You put it in a taffy puller. Nah, that's how you just speed run reincarnation.
Speedrun reincarnation. Reincarnate as Taffy.
Uh,
Uh,
Obsidian, earlier you were talking about really liking feathered dragons. I'm updating Nero soon, and he is
Ooh.
canonically supposed to be a feathered dragon.
Oh hell yeah.
I'm commissioning the lovely Mutt to do so, because I have too much art
Lovely
to do
Mutt.
for my own personal projects.
I mean,
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure there are just feathered dragons in the furry community.
There are.
And fur dragons too.
I think
I
El
love
Macaco lost.
fluffy dragons. And I love fluffy dinosaurs. Have you seen people who draw like fluffy dinosaurs?
Fluffy
Yes.
dinosaurs are
Cute.
so cute.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do honestly like I like dragon humanoids. They're honestly dragon humanoids are awesome.
Yeah.
They jump at me. They jump at me.
Are you a trampoline? Is that the case?
No, have you seen the meme where it's like they jump at me, they jump at me, like that?
I have not. I have not. I
Getting
gotta
jumped.
Oh
watch
my gosh.
Being jumped is another word for like beat up.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm not stupid.
You don't have to be stupid to be ignorant.
Wow.
Ignorance is the
Being
lack of
ignorant.
knowledge. Stupidity is the lack of smarts.
What's the difference?
You're different.
What's the
Like,
difference?
have you played D&D?
No, I have
Like the
never played
difference between
D&D.
wisdom and intelligence?
I have never played D&D.
I haven't either.
Do you know the difference between wisdom and intelligence?
No. Actually, yes, I do.
Is it the
Wisdom
tomato
is
thing?
okay, I can try and guess. The wisdom is like your ability to like make decisions, like discern things, and intelligence is like the knowledge, like without making the decision.
No,
Am I right?
I don't
You
think so.
won.
I
Oh
would use the
gosh.
word knowledge for wisdom.
El Macaco has unchecked power.
El Macaco has beat God.
Did you just Did you just call him El
Elma is
Macaco?
the
I stumbled over the words. Okay,
El
you do it
Macaco?
all the time. You do it all the time.
Fuck you, bitch.
El the new god. Elma.
It is time we hail our new god. Yes.
Come on, you've got blood.
The way
Give
I
me
see
what you
wisdom versus
blood.
intelligence is intelligence is book smarts and wisdom is street smarts.
Yes, exactly. That's the perfect.
That's what I said earlier, basically.
Well, I wouldn't use the word knowledge to describe intelligence. I would use it for
You're
wisdom,
no
right?
god, but just a
No, I think
mere
knowledge, like
cable chewer. Well, you could be the god of
Knowledge
cable
is learned
chewing.
experience.
knowledge comes
Oh,
from books and like
not your friend.
experiences,
Hey,
and I feel
fuck
like
your
wisdom is like
culture.
what you do
I
with
ain't got
that
no culture.
Well,
experience.
wisdom is
It's only
experiences,
culture,
right?
and it's more afraid
No,
of
I
you.
feel like wisdom
You chew
is.
cables and kick
Being
ass, and
wisdom
ran
is
out of
being
cables.
wise.
I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna duck go this.
You're gonna duck go this. Duck, duck,
Wisdom
goose.
versus intelligence. No, versus knowledge, right?
Intelligent no
Oh.
like intelligence versus
Someone's
wisdom.
gotta do the honk sound
Intelligence versus
effect.
intelligence
The
versus
what sound
wisdom.
effect?
The honk. The honk.
Intelligence
One
can be
moment.
defined. Intelligence can be defined as the ability to think
There it is.
logically,
Well, that's a
to
quack. That's a quack. Not a
conceptualize
honk.
abstract from reality. Wisdom can be defined as ability to grasp human nature, which is paradoxically contradictory, subject to and subject to continual change. I did not get any of that.
It's
Oh
because
wow.
they don't have the knowledge to realize someone who's
I don't know
Googling
why
that
it
would
didn't
not
go off.
understand the complicated words.
I didn't hear the honk. Try it again. Try it again. Oh, I heard it a little bit. Holy shit, my chair leans back. That's terrifying. It didn't lean back earlier. It
Did
did
you have the
not.
lock on?
Didn't let
They
me
get
lock it.
spring locked in their chair.
Oh gosh.
No.
The bite of 26. But it's
Your,
just a
your chair,
fucking chair.
your chair like folds in on you, like
How the fuck would it fold in?
like one of those beds that fold in like a trundle.
Oh
Like,
gosh. Oh gosh.
just crushes you.
I get sent to the back rooms because my chair just decides to.
No clip
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. You like dance with Shrek and stuff.
I get just mauled by a smiler. Actually, no. I get mauled by a hound. Honk. Honk.
I need to play the Backrooms game. I just remembered. I completely forgot about it.
I too have a backrooms game.
You have a
need to play.
background.
I can. Yes, you're working on
I am working on it.
it.
I finally managed to figure out how to do the light.
Nice.
Jumping on
Okay,
me.
I'm gonna go eat.
You're gonna go eat? What are you gonna eat?
Whatever's at the food hall.
The
What's at the
souls
food
of the
hall?
innocent.
A bagel.
I'm
not
Two
eating
bagels.
bagel.
That's cannibalism. That's disgusting.
It's just
frowned upon.
cannibalism.
It's frowned upon in most countries.
It's only illegal in 2 U.S. states.
It's only illegal?
It's the method in which you get human meat is
Exactly.
why it's illegal.
The method you get.
You yacht.
The method you get.
Because normally cannibalism involves murder, which is illegal.
If the person is like on their deathbed, or like you get a like recorded verbal or recorded written agreement
I wouldn't
saying,
say
"Hey, when
written,
you
definitely
die."
written with a signature.
Or you could
You
just
can get a written agreement that someone says, "Yes, when I die, this person
Oh,
can eat
gosh.
me. It's perfectly legal."
That is sick.
or you could oh gosh.
I should get.
Or you
I'm
can
Or
gonna
eat
you
get.
your
could
own flesh.
just
Yes.
you could just like
I'm gonna give
donate
Pat permission to eat me.
if you have to get like an arm or a leg amputated, you could just donate it to be
Normally they put it in a biohazard, incinerate it.
yeah.
Depending on the reason of getting your leg or a limb amputated, they will use them for research for like cancer.
All
stuff.
human byproduct is a biohazard, though. I should say this.
Yes, that is very true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Even your boogers.
Ugh.
I mean, technically, yeah, but
It,
Fuck you mean butt?
it's dead skin
like
cells.
dead skin cells are just dust. That's not really a biohazard.
Please don't remind me that.
Remember, all the dust that is covering your possessions, that's you bits.
That's you bits. That's you bits, guys.
My boyfriend is allergic to dust.
Oh gosh.
Like, he's highly allergic to so many things.
Oh
Well, it
dear.
undergoes changes, you know?
He's allergic to every type of grass.
Ooh.
It's really sad. You can't
He's
touch
allergic
grass.
to all
Hail
but
macaco.
one tree.
What is it?
You can't touch grass.
Bro can't touch grass. Oh my gosh.
He truly can't.
Just wear gloves.
You think a
You know what time it
21-year-old
is.
white
Fish.
cis male is smart enough to just wear gloves?
I Googled it. Apparently, you aren't, when you're allergic to dust, you aren't really allergic to the dust itself, but the dust mites on it.
Elmacoco
Stretch and
underscore 89
hydrate?
just redeemed
Okay.
stretch.
Have you seen that video on YouTube where the guy's like, I used to lick the TV when the weather lady was on, and that's how I learned I was allergic to dust.
Elmacoco underscore 89 just redeemed hydrate.
Yeah, it's,
3 times in my ear!
what?
I just heard it like 3 times in my ear at the same time. El Macaco just El Macaco 89 just redeemed hydrate. Just 3 times in my ears. I have blue
Really?
juice inside
Just-
a Dr. Pepper bottle.
Don't,
is-
why do you keep bringing that up?
Because
Why do you have
It's a
blue
horrible
juice
thing.
and Dr.
it's the
Pepper?
blue juice in a Dr. Pepper bottle.
What is the blue juice?
It's the blue juice in the Dr. Pepper bottle.
Is this Gatorade?
I believe it's Hawaiian Punch.
It's the blue juice in the Dr. Pepper bottle. You gotta
What
put the
did you
blue
do,
I
juice
believe
in the
said,
Dr.
said
Pepper
earlier it was
bottle.
Hawaiian Punch.
I hope it's not Smurfs.
It's
I
Smurfs.
hope it's Smurfs.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry to bust your bubble, but it's Smurf. It's Smurf juice.
It's burst your bubble or bust your balls. Pick one.
That was unnecessary.
It's the blue it's the Windex in the Dr. Pepper.
Windex.
It's
Oh,
Windex in Dr. Pepper.
it's okay, you're blue. You can drink it. It's okay. Okay, why do they make like those detergent things look like candy?
I
They
don't
do it
know.
on purpose. Like nobody's doing it intentionally.
Literally
Why do they have to be colorful like that?
literally
I don't know how anyone can eat Tide Pods. They're so bitter.
You know
This
that for
implies that you've
experience.
eaten one.
Did you? Why is it blue? Why did it turn blue? Why did you turn blue? Why are you blue?
You can't
What
just
the
ask someone
hell?
why they're blue.
That's racist. Why would you say that?
Why did it turn blue? The yellow light turned blue. What the fuck? Why are you blue? Why are you blue? Why are you all of a sudden blue? What the what? Huh?
Color theory.
Why are you blue? Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, that's why. Oh, okay.
Why was it blue?
I have the gradient layer. And it's a big gradient. Let's just get
I'm gonna play
this
Danny's
away.
World.
Are you unhappy, girl, in this confusing world where everything you earn is getting left to burn? Me, then living would be free, then I can give you that, and I can give you that. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Wow, 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 wow.
Guys, do you think I can finish all of my ode art today?
Uh,
Your what? Ode art?
Yeah, art I owe people.
I
hmm.
think you can if you like try really hard.
Yeah, you'll have to
Trust
I
try.
have
me.
You'll have
3. The
to.
one I'm currently working
Ooh.
on, an angry emote, and a headshot.
Okay.
Hmm.
Hopefully, yes. Realistically, no.
Yeah.
I mean, if
The
you draw
headshot
stick
has.
if you draw
Okay,
stick
so
figures, maybe.
the headshot has to be dynamic out of my own volition of forcing myself to learn how to draw better. But it's a character I've drawn a lot of.
Hmm.
I really need to develop my style more before I open my commissions up again because I realize that I'm very inconsistent with like the way I
That's
draw
fair.
like legs. I draw them different every single time.
Ah.
Mood.
Insane.
Ears are really hard for me to do consistently for some reason.
I'm just reminded of the Anton Ego meme, but like formatting the words differently.
Oh.
Um, thinking like, move my art. I copy references, and when it doesn't look good, I cry.
There. It's okay to cry.
Let's hold back your tears till you explode.
Go kaboom.
Go kaboom.
Go kaboom. I said a boom, chicka boom.
Ow chicka bow wow. My baby
Bam,
says
Do
bow
not.
wow
bam,
wow.
bam. If you just
Oh
close
no.
your eyes.
You want the next character I have to draw? I created, and it's entirely my choice of what it looks like.
That's awesome.
Because it's a furry version of my friend's character.
Oh,
Ah.
said I said boom chicka rocka chicka boom.
I said a boom, a chicka, rocka, chicka
Chicka
boom.
rocka chicka boom. I am both a theater kid and a kid that went to 4-H camp too much.
I I was I can't just say my elementary school actually.
No, you can't. Why would you do that? I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you, do not dox yourself.
I'm not going to dox myself.
I helped out a lot with the theater camp at my high school.
I was not a theater kid.
I do not believe you.
Genuinely, I wasn't a theater kid. Like, I'm...
I should have been a theater kid, but I was.
Yeah, if I
surprisingly was
reincarnate,
not
I'll be a theater kid, I think.
I was a weird art kid, though.
Same thing.
My friends and we were all, like, the weird... I was in the weird group, technically.
I was bullied.
Same!
Should probably mute myself while I'm playing Danny's World, because I'll just, like, randomly scream, and you'll be like, what are you...
Damn, what are you doing?
What?
What are you
Someone wants
doing?
to watching me draw. I need someone to help me pick a hot pink out.
I'm playing Danny's World,
that
that's why I
hot
said
pink?
randomly scream. Pink? Pink is
Hot
actually
pink.
one of my favorite colors.
I actually don't really
I think
like
that's
pink.
a hot pink enough color.
I took the beef and I beefed it up.
Your favorite color is 100% purple. Don't lie.
Yep, pink's actually, like, one of my least favorite colors, surprisingly.
Can anyone guess my favorite color?
I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. Is it yellow?
Yeller?
Oh.
Is it yellow?
Yeller?
It might be
No.
yellow. It might.
I think it's yellow, guys.
I think it's yellow, guys. I think it's yellow. I think it's
I
yellow.
feel like gold.
Chat,
I
like
like
and
gold.
subscribe if it's yellow.
Like and subscribe. There's not a like feature.
There is on VODs.
There is.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Guys, if your favorite color is this, like and subscribe the VOD.
If your favorite color is piss yellow, then like and subscribe.
And that would be Dr. Liam. The one piss, not the one, but like one of the piss rocks. They embrace it. They embrace it. I wonder what is it red? Who's the werewolf streamer asking us to like and subscribe? Are you talking about Nash? Hold up. Let me...
Who's the werewolf? Like, oh, it's a joke. Like and subscribe. Lycanthrope. That's funny. I just now got that. Like and subscribe.
By the way, you can make your little rock purple, by the way.
Wait, I can. How?
Yeah, so you know like how you can go to the soundboards? It's the one next to it.
Oh. Hell yeah.
And you can customize your rock.
I can't believe it's already 9. Wow.
Damn, it's already 9.
Well, for me it is. Probably not for you.
It's 9:16 p.m. for me.
I'm waiting for an avatar.
Oh, you're in Central.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma's in the same time zone as Kentucky.
That's wild.
Yeah, we're in Central
I
Time
don't
Zone.
like this.
Kentucky Fried
Kentucky Fried-
Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Chicken and a
I will never
Yeah.
buy anything from the KFC in my town, and I live in its home state.
Everyone is so concerned with Werewolf, no one ever cares about Howlwolf.
Or why
Or
wolf
why
How's
from
the
Adventure
how's the
from
wolf
Adventure
doing?
Time?
Oh, the very sad. Oh, let's see. What have they made their rock? They're purple.
You
They're
know,
purple now. You can
it's
also
so
make
surprising that Mr. Hands happened in Washington and not Kentucky.
what?
There's hats.
Yeah, there's hats. There's different hats. You can change them.
Dark.
Oh, you became me. Oh my gosh, you became me.
Dark. I'm going with Fox.
It's actually Skimbleshanks, which is Salem Cat's character.
Everyone
me.
always thinks of Scribbleshanks as Salem
Yeah.
and not like the Milo of OCs they have.
I'm spinning them
Salem is
around.
so good at designing characters. Like I envy them.
Oh my gosh. Oh. No, I dropped you. Oh my gosh. Get out of the way. Out of the way. Out of the way. No, that's you. That's you. Don't throw you.
Let me go. Freebie.
There you go. There's
How do
dozers
I
and
get
then
Pebble?
Pebble.
Pebble.
Oh wait, are you talking about the currency? Because the currency's broken.
Yeah. Okay.
It's cheese. It's cheese beagle.
She's where?
The one that I'm throwing around.
Oh, I'm playing Dandy's World, so I can't see.
Oh. Just
Locked in,
spinning
okay.
cheese in the air.
Hear me out. Dandy's World Pebble Cosmetic.
Just
does
have
that
like a
mean?
like how my friend Nico's ghost is.
No idea.
Bacon
Cosmetic,
bit,
like
bacon
makeup?
bit. Your hat, by the way, is one of my friend's characters' hats. My friend Lexi
Really?
Dio actually has like these little guys called Shadowlings, and the one that wears this hat is named Chad.
I'm such a Chad, so that's fitting.
Lexi
Oh,
Dio is
I'm a
honestly a really awesome artist. Let me shout them out real quick, actually.
oh crap, Roger. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm going.
That's the right one, right? Yes, it is. Lexi Dio is honestly an amazing artist. You guys gotta follow them. We were in the Tulip SMP together. And yeah, you guys need to follow Lexi Dio. Lexi's
I
awesome.
followed.
Lexi's honestly awesome.
I will try to catch the next stream.
I think they stream on Saturdays?
Try to save up for a new tune, so I'm not just boxed in. But I
Do you
definitely
want
will
to?
use the box.
So, are you wanting to try to distract, or are you wanting to try to extract?
I just want somebody who looks cool. Honestly, I don't care about that
Who would
stuff.
you say looks cool?
Pebble.
Pebble. So Pebble is a distractor. Their extraction stats are honestly really bad. But Pebble is technically the fastest, before Louis, the fastest tune. And technically Bassy as well. But Pebble was the main distractor that everybody used to use.
Faster than 2-star Louis.
Yeah.
I mean 2-star.
You're completely free and you refuse to leave. In the face of anger, you say patience before pride. While you're feeling dead inside, I'm so alive. And it's all thanks to you that I survived. Guess I'll say thank you for lending me your life.
Foxy's character has so much sass, and I cannot do it justice in this drawing.
That's funny.
like today has been like a lot more progress on this than like the 10-hour stream. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my gosh,
The
I put the
dollops.
polls
You
in like
locked
the
in.
You talking about the
exact
dollops?
the dollops. Dollops.
Remember the dollop?
Oh my gosh. I will bring them over to the other one though. They took so long.
You spent so long in the
I
dollops and
spent
you just
so
started
long.
them.
Thank you, Cheese. But yeah, I was working on these and like the little rainbow one.
Hi, cheese.
Hi, Cheese.
Hi, cheese.
It's Cheese Beagle.
Cheese
Cheese.
Beagle.
With the back, yeah, almost done with the background at least. Love is in the eyes of the beholder. Because I still have to do all of this, technically.
And we have the commissioner here to criticize every stroke.
I am working on my own art.
Love in a bottle, don't need love when it comes in a
Actually,
bottle.
I think that stroke should have been 40 degrees
Thank you,
degrees
Kofi.
to the left.
You want to know what also is 40 degrees to the left?
What?
Your mom.
You're right. My mom's kind of homeless.
Please, Speed, I need this. My mom's kind of
My mom's
homeless.
kind of
I live with my
homeless.
dad.
I'm trying to find the best way to make it easy for me to copy paste these layers. So
What
I'm working on a
layers?
PNG tuber. I'm just splitting up like the eyes and the mouth for the PNG tuber I'm working on.
I'd say, do you use clipping groups or not clipping groups, but regular groups?
I use clipping groups, but not regular groups.
You should definitely use regular groups.
Okay.
So clipping groups are basically the same, but you just have alpha or not alpha. I think it is alpha. But clipping groups are not. Why am I saying clipping? But the regular groups, basically what you do is you'll select your layers that you want separated, and then you can do Control G.
Okay.
And that just basically groups everything together, and then you can rename the group to whatever you want it to be. I use it a lot.
Fair.
And to make like your own little clipping group, let me quickly
Here, I made a
move
group.
myself real quick. I'll move myself to this side. Wait, what if I flip myself? How do I flip myself on OBS? Transform?
I think I've got it.
Oh, that's rotate. That's not the right thing. Transform. Flip. So,
Okay, you keep going. I thought you were done.
oh, that's not the right thing either. Nax, are you watching?
Maybe.
So to do the
Yeah.
thing, you'll basically like say if you want to group this and this light together, you can do Control G that way. And then
Nice.
to make it a clipping group, all you got to do is add a layer and then put on the lock.
Okay.
And then that basically makes it to where everything in that group, it won't go over, like it'll go over that and just that. It won't go over anything else.
Yeah.
Do you use like hotkeys a lot?
No.
You need to learn the hotkeys genuinely. It will be a time saver.
What I will do at some point is I will take my nice little stream deck I have here and I'll just put in all the hotkeys on there and label them.
Oh gosh. So I would say definitely learn your hotkeys. Learn your hotkeys always. Control C is copy. Control V is paste.
I know Control C and Control V.
Control Z is undo. Shift Control
In
Z
Chrome,
is
Control
redo.
in Chrome, Control
That's what
Shift N
redo
is make an
is?
incognito tab.
Yes. You just add a shift to it. Control T is obviously transform. Control S is save. Control A is selecting everything. If you want to deselect it, all you do is shift Control A.
Yeah.
Ooh, Control J actually makes a duplicate. And then Control E basically merges your layers. It merges to the layer below it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually have one of my hands on my keyboard and then one on my drawing tablet.
That's fair.
I need to add these starting. I'm gonna take the starting soon from like this one because honestly, I am kind of proud of it. I'm kind of proud of this.
Control J makes a new, like, it duplicates it on a new layer, right?
Yep.
I wanted to say this earlier. Uh, the please speed, I need this. My mom is kind of homeless. It reminds me of this one video I saw
Gosh.
where this kid apparently made an AI video of a teacher saying a slur and got her fired.
Oh
Oh
So
no.
gosh.
so an unrelated
I heard
guy
about
went
that.
and pretended to be the school board and
I
called the
heard
kid.
about that though. That one was funny. That one was funny when he pretended to be the school board. But like that kid getting the
But
teacher fired.
That's crazy.
Ugh,
like
AI
but like
is so
the things
scary.
it
I remember the
is.
kid at the end threw out the please, I haven't told anyone, but I have cancer.
What?
Oh
Or
my
like my
gosh.
friends made me do it.
Please, I haven't told anyone, but how do you know you have cancer if you haven't told it?
Because the
Maybe
doctor
if you.
tells you.
Oh, but if the doctor doesn't know, like if nobody knows.
Nobody knows is as like nobody in your life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope that teacher got reinstated.
I'm also hoping, because that's just a shitty thing to do.
Or sue the school board, because they can do that.
Yeah.
No teacher has enough money to sue anyone. Hi,
The cheese.
cheese.
Cheese! It's cheese!
Oh
You
wow.
gotta pay the tax.
How's it going?
It's going well.
Going good.
Cheese
Yo,
boxy.
Yes, I'm making a boxy PNG tutor.
Nice. That'd be cool.
Mm. Are you cheese?
Doing good. Good. Just finally getting a chance to sit down.
Yay!
Nice. Do, do, do. Oh,
I'm watching Sid's 24-hour art stream.
It's not a 24-hour art stream.
Oh, it will be.
I have work in the
it will
morning.
be. That's very
What
intimidating.
do you want me to do? Just like take my laptop, like ride my bike while holding my laptop at the same
Yes.
time.
I don't think well, your laptop might perform better outside.
It's probably gonna like die.
Probably would die if it's cold.
It is
I mean, I
cold
saw you
and
stream
like
10 hours once, so it's halfway there.
oh, we're halfway there. My
gonna stream
laptop
20
is living on a
Are you gonna
prayer.
stream 24
Yes,
hours
yes.
for your birthday? For your birthday, you're gonna stream 24 hours.
I would like to try to do a subathon on my for my birthday
call
week
it-
or so. I feel like
call
that would
your
be
family out.
fun.
Your
Huh?
family's allowed to talk to you on your birthday because it'd be strange.
Oh
What?
my gosh.
Yeah, that is kind of sad if you think about it.
I mean, last year I did take a whole week off for my birthday
Nice.
Really?
because I refused.
Not
I
only-
refused to work on my birthday. That is the
I've
one
worked
thing
on
that I
my
refuse to
birthday
work
for
on.
the last 3 years.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, no, I'm not like that. I'm not that person. I'm not that
Really?
person. I refuse to work on my birthday. My birthday is
One
for
of my
me.
coworkers bought me. One of my
And only-
coworkers bought me a cake once, and I was very surprised, and it was crazy.
Yeah, I would never. Like, oh, you're working on your birthday? That's kind of sad, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. It is kind of sad.
Hmm.
Not that sad. I usually don't have a
If I
whole
had-
lot of plans.
If I had the luxury to
but
take
you
my
gotta-
birthday off, I would.
I
You
usually don't
gotta
have
you
like
gotta
I mean, the
enjoy
older
your
you get, the
birthday,
less birthdays means.
though.
That's true.
Ugh.
Also, I got to pay a mortgage.
I think it depends on like what you grew up with, because it's like for some people it's more important.
I say for me at least it's important.
Like I don't really think of it's not that I don't value myself, it's just I don't think my birthday is super important.
Oh, we gotta change that.
Nah.
I know what you mean, though. I kind of have to force myself to celebrate my birthday because it's like,
Yeah.
yay, I'm getting older. Yay, a reminder. But, I, it's fun to hang out with friends or family and stuff. So
Yeah, it
use
is.
it
Yeah.
as an excuse.
Oh no. Sorry, I'm playing a game and I'm dying.
You're one step closer.
Who are you dying to?
Roger. I opened Roger.
How are you? Oh my gosh. How do you die to Roger, man?
I'm not that good.
You need to
okay?
you need to do dial floors and get the dial trinket so that you can open Roger and then run away. That's
Yeah,
what I do. That's literally what I do.
I mean, I'm getting research. Oh, I just died to Boston. Great.
Oh, uh-oh. Hey, maybe you'll have Boxton research completed and you can get the blue bandana, which is actually a really good
True.
extracting trinket.
I didn't mean to change the subject or anything.
Where
got
is
attacked.
my layer for my lighting? The
Oh, I
neon
almost have
lights.
enough.
Where did I put it? Is this it? No, that's just that's that there goes the there goes the walls. The walls are gone now. No walls, no
My
more
favorite
walls.
holiday, like my favorite time to celebrate is probably Halloween.
I do love
Honestly.
Halloween. It was so strange, like not working on Halloween because like I have been working on Halloween.
I just like handing out the candy. I like watching movies. It's just nice. It's a good chill night.
Yeah. Where is it?
You have a favorite holiday
there it is.
cheese?
Halloween.
Halloween? Yes.
Yes.
We were actually handing out cheese balls, like little bags.
Oh, I love those.
I think they were on sale or something, but
Oh, I love
not the
those little.
Dr. Pepper. Did you just post the Dr. Pepper? I just noticed that in the.
I didn't just
drink.
post it. I posted it a while ago, actually.
I just
The
looked at it.
radioactive Dr. Pepper.
I've been like locked in on Dandy's World.
Yeah, I got the
Maybe I'll.
I put blue juice in the Dr. Pepper.
It's kind of cursed, Sid.
Is it a normal Sid thing though? I think it is. I think it is.
It might be. Is it normal? No. Is it a normal Sid thing? Possibly.
Actually, I think this layer can go into the trash.
Look, it may take forever, but it is worth it to me to make all of my files named clearly. And if that
Yes.
means that the different PNG tuber files are 7 words long, so
Oh
be
my
it.
gosh. 7 words. What are
Character
those?
name.
Oh my.
Open or closed eyes, open or closed mouth, border or no border.
Oh dang.
To be or not to be?
Yes, to be or not to be.
How about
Layer.
1B instead of
That is the
2B?
question.
Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows. I don't remember the rest.
Of the layers.
Why do you know that much?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop playing Danny's World. Before
I
I
paid
finish.
attention and
Yeah, what am I doing?
Huh?
I should
Cool.
stop playing Danny's World and watch and make art.
when I start playing Dandy's World, will you join me?
What?
After I
Yeah,
finish my homework and start playing Dandy's World, will you join me?
yeah, I totally will. If I'm not sleeping.
You can't
'Cause
be
if you finish
sleeping.
Fair
your like
enough.
if you finish your like homework at 12, I'm not gonna join you.
That'd be 10 for me, so.
I need to hide the yes, this layer. And this needs to be on the bottom. What size brush did I use for that again? I forgot. I think it was 24? Yeah, it looks similar. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. And then I move down to 15, but this one's a little bit closer. So I think I can get away with using a size 20.
Oh, somebody's
Who's
streaming?
watching my stream now? Yes. I've been sharing my screen. I just finished an art, so now I have a blank canvas for new art.
Yay!
Oh.
Blank canvases!
Oh, and Cheese is streaming. Is this a my brain is blanking
I
out
wonder
what
how
it's
much
like
my stream
called.
would lag if I try to put.
The VSH tape or whatever.
if I try to do what Cheese does with the streams.
Cheese, who are you making? I recognize the colors.
Sort by date. There we go. I was
This-
very concerned that all of the stuff I had just recently finished making was gone.
Oh, that'd be
Oh.
so bad.
Because I just moved all of my art that I've finished onto a USB drive and deleted it off of my PC.
Oh.
I still have all of the PNG image files on my phone. Do
That's
not
good.
fear, but but I was really scared that I'd lost the critophiles, and I want to be lazy. Where is any of my angry emotes?
I remember when I took a photography class, they always told us to, like, make sure you never leave something in one spot, because, like, if it's important
Don't worry.
to you, yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm pulling a cheese.
Pulling a cheese. Just don't cut the cheese.
I'm gonna try to pull a cheese. I'm gonna try to pull a cheese.
Don't switch layers. You'll never recover.
Let's see if this is gonna work. I'm hoping this works and doesn't lag out my stream.
What are you doing?
Oh no. What are you doing?
You're doing.
Oh,
I'm
gosh.
pulling a cheese. I'm pulling a cheese.
Let me lower all my settings. Holy crap. Hold on a second.
Oh, you're pulling a cheese.
Where is it? Where is it? Be this one?
I mean, I can guide you through it, but be careful what you're doing. Oh, Nox will kill your stream if you attempt to
yeah. You should probably change your settings, by the way. It's on like the max settings.
Nox is at 60 frames per second at 1440p. Maximum power.
You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out. You better watch out.
Watch out. That'll bring the streamers to their knees.
There. How's this?
Let me...
There we go. Much better.
Cheese would say.
So what you'd have to do is those little dots below. You would have to do grid, and then make sure to do show non-video, uncheck show non-video participants. And then if you're looking for Noxious, just make sure you're watching theirs as well.
There we go. There we go.
Now do grid. There you go. Oh my gosh, you're playing with fire.
I am.
Get myself some pie. If it survives by the time I get my pie, then I'll draw.
I now. It's warm.
Should probably do this.
I gotta look at this guy
instead.
right side up. I have one art of. I have one art of this fucking cat. I can't color pick any of this.
There we go. There we go.
I rendered this too good. That's what I get for letting Tambo play.
Thank you, Comment Bot. So what do you mean, Gigi? There's not a Gigi cam, Aaron. Is Gigi suddenly like in your room or something? Did Gigi like transcend like the normal space and time continuum? Oh, but Discord's being weird. Oh.
I don't know what color this character's eyes are, guys.
You never will.
You never will.
BG be stealing my boxes of chocolate and band-aids.
You're right, I never will. I'm gonna pull one of
Alright, I got my pie now. You better watch out. You
You
better watch out. You
You
better
better
watch out.
watch out. You better watch out. You just better watch
Got
out.
my pie. Now I can finish some art. Ooh, Oh no. Oh. I wish blankets didn't get caught in office chair wheels.
Oh.
There's got to be a blanket that is immune to this.
You gotta get the,
Snuggies don't count.
oh.
Then I'm just stuck to the chair.
Hi, Sid.
Hi, Aaron. Welcome in.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
You better
Hello,
watch
Aaron.
out. You better.
Doing
Sorry.
good. Ay, ay.
It's our favorite Crimson Aaron.
Yeah, it's Crimson Aaron. Oh my gosh, we have AA.
Oh god.
None.
Hey, Dozer.
Didn't someone mention one that's like a Snuggie but smaller? I think so.
My fear with
AA
any
is
type of
dead and
Snuggie
buried.
is that Snuggie gets attached to my office chair wheel for whatever reason. That's my new home. Like I will die there.
Well, usually they're not
That's where
as
they'll find me.
usually they're not as whatchamacallit.
My body will be twisted among the legs of the office chair, and they'll find me reaching
Terrible.
up towards that last piece of cheese I was unable to reach.
That is terrible.
I'm sorry. It's not funny. It's not funny. Very serious topic here.
Yeah.
Cheese just gets stuck.
Okay, but would it be worse than cheese eating that old piece of cheese?
Which one?
I don't know.
How many
the one
old
that was-
pieces of cheese have you eaten?
You really do have to specify. I'm sorry.
How
I was
many
gonna
old cheeses?
specify the
How many
expired
old
cheese
pieces
from,
of-
like a year ago?
Oh, the one that was in the back of the fridge that I couldn't date, that was probably much older than a year.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. I ate the whole
Oh.
thing. It was good.
Oh, cheese.
Now I'm trying to wonder
Why?
if
It didn't have an expiration date. It didn't have any date on it. So
Okay, Sid.
that just meant that it was caught in its own time continuum.
Oh.
Okay, Sid, is that worse than that tuna that you had?
No, that
Probably
tuna is
because the
awful.
tuna wasn't expired.
Are you sure?
My cheese
I'm
was not
sure
expired.
it was canned
You
tuna.
couldn't find expiration on it.
Didn't you get sick from the tuna though?
No, I didn't. What do you mean? Did I get sick?
I thought
No.
I thought you got sick from that tuna.
It made them invincible.
Why would
I
get
worked at a
sick
grocery
from the
store and my
tuna?
boss gave me some gushers from 1999.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Oh. Where did they find them?
They found them in between like the aisles because we were redoing the aisles.
Oh
Oh my
no.
gosh.
They fell in between the aisles.
Glamorous lizard.
And this tiny like
Glamorous lizard.
this tiny crack. And we opened them and they were rock solid.
Oh gosh. Yeah, they
Like,
get
solid.
oh, hydrate. Okay.
Crimson
better not
underscore
start
Aaron just
drowning
redeemed
me.
hydrate.
Because I
Should've
know that's
sold
what you're
on
planning on
eBay, sold
doing.
as
Yup, it
antique.
is.
I found
be
Crimson
nice.
underscore Aaron just
eBay.
redeemed hydrate.
Okay, I did like a massive chug.
There's some streamer out there looking for that.
And I'm gonna get up to
1999
stretch.
Gushers.
Dozer Trash Panda just redeemed stretch.
It says trash ponda. It says trash pond. Ponda.
Panda. We
Honda.
all must panda. Trash
Honda.
panda.
It says trash ponda. The BTS says trash ponda for some reason. Oh my god, you scared the crap out of me!
I love my Honda Accord.
For?
Was that Gigi?
Yes, she
you
like
just said
clawed
I love my
thigh.
Honda Accord.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
She scared the crap out of me. Hey, can you not?
You do.
The best thing
like,
about Sid
jumped
streams
up onto my
is
desk.
you can always
and,
guarantee
like-
that the cat's gonna scare them or get their attention somehow.
Yeah.
Hey, Cheese, do you have a jump scare soundboard?
She
I
like
don't.
she jumped up onto my
Jump scares don't
desk
really
and
get
she
me.
used like she clawed her
Well, they may not get you, but they could get someone else.
oh my gosh. She clawed
Glamorous lizard.
You're a glamorous lizard.
Dozer, cover your
that
ears.
one.
Dozer, cover your ears. Dozer, cover your ears.
I probably already ruined
Alright,
Dozer's
you can
ears by that
uncover your.
scream.
You can uncover your ears now.
They probably can't hear you now. They have their
No.
ears covered.
That's probably true.
She like literally clawed up my thigh to get onto my desk too.
That's crazy.
Oh, she scared the crap out of me though.
You are
Yeah,
a pole for her to climb.
you scared me. Oh, Dozer didn't hear it.
You're good, Dozer.
You're good. You're good.
Don't worry
Cheese was
about it.
doing the squeaky cartwheel.
I wasn't doing. I wouldn't. Yeah, I was.
I wasn't doing that. Yeah, I was. GG, 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 GG. Here. You picked a good time to get. Yeah, you did. You did. You really did. Ow, you were clawing at my back.
Ouchie.
Yeah.
It's okay. I put a warning out for the earmuffs just in case. So
Yeah.
you were doing good either way.
Ow, why are you clawing my back? I know you're trying to give me a back scratch. Thank you, Kofi Bat! You're trying to give me like
You
a
are
back scratch or something,
indeed.
but like you were like clawing my back.
You should clip her claws.
I'm scared.
They'll still get you.
What are you trying to
You just
do?
gotta grab them by the scruff so they can't bite you.
I'm
and
not
then you
gonna
like
do that to her.
You grab by
Palms?
scruff,
She's not gonna
spin in
trust
circle,
me
throw
ever
8 miles.
again.
No. You do not
it's
need to.
harmless.
You do not. Yes, but you don't need to grab their scruff to do their nails. You
Well, if they're really
you-
bitey, like my mom's
it-
cat,
if
she'll
it
really try to get you.
fair enough.
But you don't
if you-
hold them by the scruff. You just pull it back. You don't need to hold.
I usually just I put them on their back. It confuses them, and then I trim their claws.
She doesn't like being on her back.
Oh yeah, they never do.
Like Sid,
Although-
you could try the saran wrap, like liquid treat method I told you about.
Oh my gosh.
If
What are
it's
you
really
talking
that bad, when I volunteered at the vet, we would have to wrap them up in a towel.
I'll probably have to
But-
do that if I try to. But she's probably like gonna hate it. She's going to hate it.
No, we lost Nash.
Oh, we lost Nash.
Aw, no.
Oh.
Well, you just gotta take it slow, so they can get used to it. Like just clip a few claws first.
Well, and we always give them like treats afterwards, so they always know to expect a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah, positive reinforcement.
probably
Positive
have to-
reinforcement.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to give her like a. Oh shit, you got it.
Then give me my
She's
bombs.
1-0. We don't get our pebbles.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why the currency doesn't work. It just does
And they-
not work.
And they won't give me
What
mods,
doesn't
so I
work?
can destroy all their pebbles.
Salem already does that, and it lags my computer like crazy.
I mean, what?
That evil laugh. That evil laugh.
The fact that she's taught the mass explode to Salem because she's tried it and they didn't have mod, and then Salem learned about it because
And
of
then
that.
Salem started doing it all the time. Hope Aaron's gonna push cheese off the edge.
Okay.
Oh, there they go. Off the
I see
building.
what's going on. You know what? I'm going to respond to that with love.
You press
I
hug.
wonder if you change the permission on the mask. I could try to do that. I'll have to look. I'll have to look at like all the things.
See, love.
If there's like
You
max
liar.
bug, Uno reverse card.
Drew you in.
Why are you attacking Sid?
Uh-oh.
How
Hiccups.
Because
dare
Sid's the
you?
resident punching balloon.
I totally didn't use Cheese Beagle in order to relearn how to
Bounce
use
back
the
every
thing.
time.
You should stream Dozer.
Yeah. We could get a Dozer stream.
Yeah, you could be a gamer.
Yeah. Gamer Dozer stream.
He just starts reading off everyone's secrets on stream.
Oh my gosh.
You see,
Dozer
Obsidian
knows.
the Rock Boy
Likes
is a
women.
gay. We've said the same.
That literally, you guys said the same thing, but different fonts.
That's literally not a secret.
Obsidian the Rock Boy is gay, likes women.
Likes woman.
Obsidian is here
With a
in
fictional
queer.
exception of Louis.
And Sun and Moon.
Don't fuck the balloon.
I'm not gonna fuck the balloon, Aaron. Why does your brain immediately go to that?
Yeah, that's really messed up.
You can't just talk to
Hashtag
the
Aaron is
Aether.
over party.
What?
We're canceling Aaron.
What?
Canceling Aaron right now.
Hashtag cancel Aaron.
We're canceling Aaron on Twitter.com.
Yeah.
Oh no. Y'all don't even know my Twitter.
I think I do.
You'll never work in the continental United States again.
I think I actually know Aaron's Twitter.
You have my alt that I don't use.
Damn it.
We'll just ask Salem.
You're a Twitter
Just ask
user?
Salem.
I only use Twitter to see other people's art. That's it.
I
You're
use
gonna
Blue
say
Sky.
voice.
To be fair, Twitter is just the method we will use of canceling you. You don't need to be there. We just need to
We're
assassinate
gonna,
your character
yeah.
on there.
We're gonna cancel Aaron on Blue Sky, actually.
Mhm.
Blue Sky is way too blue to do that.
What does that mean?
No idea. I said something I wasn't sure of.
You blew your reputation.
You blew your reputation. Yeah, Aaron, you blew your reputation.
Blue.
Just
Blue
sling.
like Sonic the Hedgehog?
No, blue like the liquid inside Sid's
Like the
Pepsi
liquid?
bottle. Like the liquid
It's not
inside
Pepsi bottle,
Sid's
it's a
Pepsi
Dr. Pepper bottle.
Oh, Dr. Pepper.
How dare you confuse
Oh,
the
you
two?
said Pepsi. I did not hear Pepsi.
How
What did
dare
you
you
hear?
confuse the two?
I
How
didn't eat a
dare you?
Pepsi and then just say it in like your head.
Why did you eat a Pepsi?
Aaron, check stream call chat. You'll see.
Stream call chat?
Mhm.
Oh, why is it in? What the?
It looks so cursed. Like, why would you do that?
It's horrible.
Sid, what the fuck?
Okay, that's
Sid,
54, so I need to make this.
I'm gonna
also
post this on r/blurst images.
it blurs.
Where's Cheese trying to go?
Just jumping.
Aw.
Cheese is jumping for joy.
Didn't you know you could do that? Sling the amount of power you want up to 100 and then the angle.
Sid over here arting. Like an artist. I
Are
totally
you
didn't
not
lose-
an artist, Aaron?
I totally didn't lose my pen again.
Let me see if this
Oh,
works.
I see. That's why.
I totally
Simply
still
draw
have
with a
it.
mouse like me.
Ugh.
Or
I'll dance.
trackpad like me. I only have a trackpad.
You've been doing all that on trackpad bacon?
Yes.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
damn.
So I have to take so many breaks because my finger gets sore.
Oh, it is. It's yeah. It's angle and then the power. Oh my gosh.
I did not know that. Bling?
There I go. Whee! That's adorable. That is so cute. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love it so much.
So 90 would be straight up.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wait, no, 90 degrees would be straight to the side.
Yes. Straight
To
up.
the
90 degrees would be straight up.
It'd be the only
Oh
thing
yeah, it
straight
would.
that's does.
I was thinking about 0.
But there's like an invisible ceiling, so we can't escape.
Well, 180 could be to the side because it'd be like
Yeah.
yeah.
Ignore.
Fart.
Jeez, what the
How
fuck?
dare you? How dare you
Brody.
fart?
You know what? We're
Brody.
repurposing since Suki is since Suki isn't in oh wait, that's probably not a good idea. Someone's going to try to
Are
attack
you
Kofi
putting
bot.
cheese in jail?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Fart jail.
Cheese is in jail now. Kofi bot's just stuck on the side now. You can see their wing. Oh. Okay, Kofi disappeared.
Oh?
The Flat maximum security prison.
A two-dimensional high security prison.
You guys,
Lock
you
me
guys
in here
can,
with
you guys
somebody,
can,
see if we survive.
you guys can duke it out.
Huh? Oh.
Let's go.
You didn't accept the duel yet, did you?
I don't think that one's working.
Here, I'll free you, cheese. Be free.
We'll get out of here.
They fell out of the map. Well, now you're in jail. You're alone in jail.
My plan worked.
That works.
Three
I don't wanna be near
three
the fart.
subs and Aaron gets freed.
Can I take my sub back?
Debating how much
How
I
does that-
need $15.
No. Actually, 1,000 subs and Aaron gets freed. He's never gonna get
Debating
Dakota,
how
freed.
much I need $5,000. It's a lot.
Someone cop drops in and just
Give him the
drops
bits.
1,000
The
subs.
bits.
Like,
You can have one bit. You can have one bit.
One bit.
Okay.
Bacon bit with the
Ditto,
bit.
you're
On the
asking
counter,
for
will ya?
like
Bacon Bit
$7,000.
523 just cheered 1 bits.
and you just throwing change at their face.
I'm just
How
throwing pennies at
how many subs would you need for like $12,000?
Subs? Oh gosh.
That would be a
them.
lot.
12,000.
You'd probably
What's
need
that?
about 4,000.
Give me 4,000 subs and I'll live for the year.
One sec, 12,000.
Make sure Kodak doesn't hear that.
Oh gosh, no.
Why do you need $12,000?
My rent plus like food ends up being like 1,000 a month.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Hear me out. Have you considered getting a second job and being unhappy?
I'm already unhappy with my first.
Fair enough.
There's so many rocks at the bottom. They're covering y'all. I should probably move y'all. Since
We're
it's
among the
334
people.
subs a
You
month.
used to place us at the top.
I'm
Sid,
gonna
someone would need to gift you 1,500 subs to give you $12,000.
There we go. You guys are at the top again. They're congregating around
Why is
me.
Aaron so far away?
I don't know why. He just decided to social distance for some reason.
Instincts.
Bacon, why are you next to ants?
It's us with fur, and then there's Aaron.
Yeah.
The furries and then Aaron. Also, how do you guys like
Oh
my
yeah, I forgot
PNG
Aaron isn't a
tuber?
furry.
We are clean.
Yeah, I make sure to scrub down. I got rid of all the fleas.
Beagle and Bacon are clean. Ants forgot to wash his suit.
How do you guys like my what?
Nothing.
How do you guys like
Oh.
my PNG tuber?
It's nice. You're very big.
Could use a door hinge on the mouth.
Oh gosh.
What?
Oh, nice, Dozer. Look forward to it.
But like, if you guys notice, whenever I'm talking constantly, like it does the
Oh,
two frame and
nice,
it like
Dozer.
wags my tail. My tail little like my little tail wags, and then
Aw.
when I'm stopping,
Hear me out. What if smear frames?
oh
For-
gosh,
Why would you need smear frames for a two animation cycle?
To make it show that it's faster.
It doesn't kill you, makes you longer.
I mean,
Huh?
it could work, but it also could just look busy.
yeah, it could. Yeah, I'm gonna quickly make a new thing real quick. Bamp. Bamp.
When it stops, you scream.
When it stops, I scream.
You just
Son
we hear a
of a
pop sound in the
Nice.
distance and you scream.
That's how it was, like, that's how it was whenever I was streaming, during a thunderstorm. I like this pen. Like, it's nice. Like, I could just make
Or the
a...
lorb.
What?
Huh?
What?
Orgalorb.
Orgalorb?
Or the lorb.
Orgalorb?
From
What's an
Adventure
Orgalorb?
Time?
As one would, as one would.
Orgalord gives a character from Adventure Time.
Oh. I'm still, like, on season 1, and I haven't watched it in, like, over a year.
Yeah, I've only watched pieces. I need to watch the whole thing.
I need to watch. I
Isn't
need to sit down and
Orgalorb
watch the whole thing.
the
as well.
penguin?
Yeah.
I only know that from YouTube clips. I haven't made it that far.
He just has a fun name.
We're taking a small break from Nax's, and we're gonna make something for myself because I haven't made like
Where's
I
your
haven't
work
drawn
ethic?
obsidian in like a while.
You draw? What? Characters?
Characters?
But this is the
Do
background.
you draw
Oh my god, is that Sam's
non-furries?
Undertale?
I can't believe you just called me that on stream. Wow, Aaron.
Hey, I'm sorry. Oh wait, did I actually change your nickname to Sans Deltarune? I don't remember.
Am I Sans
Um,
Deltarune now?
I don't know. I have to go check the group chat. I don't remember. No, you're still Sans Undertale.
Why would I be Sans Deltarune?
I don't know.
I think you've got the same like vibe going on. I feel like you would date Tutorial. Like,
What?
It's Sid. Of course they're gonna date Toriel. It's a woman. A woman.
no, just specifically
How does it just
Tutorial.
work?
Just specifically.
Sid, are you into
Toriel.
MILFs?
Oh my god!
That's
Sid's
not
over
what I
here
meant.
MILF. Ant's over
That's
here.
not what I
into
meant.
Oh my god!
Bacon's confused.
Someone
and
needs
I'm
to
jumped
clip
off a
that.
cliff.
Just ants saying, Sid, are you into MILFs?
That's not what I meant.
Well, what could you have possibly meant, Ants?
Yeah, what could have you what could you have possibly meant?
Are you attracted to MILFs?
Did you
Oh,
just say, are you adopted? I think I'm fucking
Attracted to
attracted.
MILFs.
Like, what did I
Drop them.
accidentally start?
The fact that Sid isn't answering should be answer enough.
That
I'm
can be
just
taken as a yes then.
disappointed. I'm just
In who?
disappointed in both of y'all.
You should know to expect it from me at this point, and even more so from Aaron.
Yeah, you've known me long enough.
I'm just disappointed.
Wow, you sound like my teachers.
Have you considered making them proud by
No.
doing good work and being smart?
Yeah.
No, see, I do good work, but I refuse to participate.
That was cheese. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
What happened?
The
I had to
squeaky
do it once, I'm
cartwheel.
sorry.
Oh,
Jeez, you
who's
know better.
honking?
I had to do it once. Sid wasn't laughing, so we had to make them.
Oh my gosh. Why did it give me an email for that? It gave me an email that Willow sent me a TikTok.
What?
It
That's
gave me an
crazy.
email that Willow sent me a TikTok.
I had a thought, and then it just like evaporated. It just disappeared.
Oh my god, like my mental health. What?
Damn.
We chaotic over here.
Low key, same.
Oh my gosh.
I am mentally unstable.
Mentally unstable? Nah.
What?
Please turn that into a soundboard, quick.
Oh my gosh.
I heard a mental stable. I started thinking about horses.
Yeah, I've got one of those too. It's in my head. keep on telling
Emotionally
myself that-
exhausted and morally bankrupt.
Oh, I was morally bankrupt since I was robbed.
Oh,
My
when were you
moral-
robbed?
When did you rob them?
Why'd you rob them?
Don't worry about it.
Why'd you rob them, Aaron?
Don't worry about it. I was hungry. They had food. I took their food. Simple.
You ate my morals?
Yes, of course.
If you can name the TV show that's from,
If you
you're
can
old like
name the
me.
tea,
I am
Yo gabba gabba.
19.
you are old.
Did you just say yo gabba gabba?
It did.
Yo gabba gabba.
Wait, I actually think Sid is the youngest here.
No, I'm youngest.
You're. What? Damn.
Ants is like
I think
18.
it goes Aaron,
Cringe.
Sid, maybe Ants, me.
I don't want to play this
Cheese.
game.
I'm older than both Ants and
Ants.
Sid.
You put Aaron at the bottom. Aaron's like the youngest now.
You know what? I'll take it. I'm no longer 21, 18.
You've got that
No,
youthful.
you're
no,
like
you don't
6.
have youthful.
You're the
vigor.
youngest person ever.
Oh my god, guys, I'm like 4.
Oh my gosh, you're the
I'm this
youngest
many
person
years old.
ever.
Twitch immediately bans you.
I was born at a very young age.
Oh my gosh, you're like the youngest person ever.
I was born. Yeah.
You were
You know
born.
something?
I'm not playing
I
this
was
game.
born on my birthday.
What?
Oh my God,
I
that's
didn't know
crazy.
that. Gasp.
I missed my birthday.
It's kind of weird to know that the number of people older than you is only able to go down.
That's sad. Can you please do that?
That's depressing, Ants. You
Damn.
shut up.
Yeah, you need to not speak anymore.
Yeah.
It's probably halved from the time you were born.
Guess I better go build that 6-foot hole in my backyard.
Oh.
I got a better idea.
In case
Take
I
out
need to
the
roll
youth.
into it.
Take out the youth, so you're the youngest.
I thought you already had one footy. Sorry.
Damn.
Damn.
We gotta take out the
Can you
youth.
feel the love tonight?
The attacks on Cheese Beagle when I'm the sickest one here.
The
What?
sickest?
The sickest?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Why are you sick?
Why are you sick?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, but Aaron, do you have
Ooh.
children? I think not.
Should we compare
You
who
weren't
has
born
the
in the
most failed
90s.
organs?
Oh, where's the
Some of my
Jurassic
friends
Park
are starting to
stuff?
have kids. Like some of my like
Ew,
old high
ew.
school friends are starting to have kids.
Oh
That's a
yeah,
poor
I
life
know. Having
decision.
kids, imagine that.
Dude, two of my old
Oh.
high school friends
20
have
No, but like,
kids, which
I
is
love
the
my
when you're
kids.
worst
young,
individuals. It's really kind of sad.
I feel
You
like
haven't gotten to experience life yet.
Some of my oh
only
my
have kids if you
gosh.
can support them. Honestly, if you can't support your kids,
We have Cheese Beagle, we have Bacon Bit, we have Femboy Furry Town, and we have Sans
Don't call me
Undertale.
that. None of us are named.
have grandchildren.
I'm sorry, what was that? You know
What
what?
just
It's good.
happened?
Just leave it there.
Oh my gosh.
I was just reading off everyone's nicknames.
Oh my gosh.
We have Cheese Beagle.
Is that
Bacon
really
Bit.
is that really their nickname?
Yes. Their nickname is literally Femboy Furry Town.
Why is their nickname that?
Why
'Cause
is
they
that
could-
a nickname?
It was the first thing that came to mind. Because they.
Why is their nickname that on my server? Wait. Oh wait, you
It is
did the
not.
personal. I was like, what?
Is that for ants? Is this a
So
fact?
for me, we have Cheese Beagle, we have Bacon Bit, we had Sid the Sloth, and we have Closeted Catboy.
Fuck you mean Sid the
Closeted
Sloth?
Catboy.
From
I
Ice
mean-
Age.
From Ice Age.
Yeah.
Is that a new nickname? Oh my gosh, it's a new nickname that you guys have started calling. Oh my gosh.
Time to add it to the
Love-
list.
Literally, when I heard that you were Sid, I thought of Ice Age. Like, first thing.
Oh my gosh.
Sid, you just need to now become a vegetarian and become a mama 3.
What the heck?
What?
What are you
Is that
talking
lore?
about?
I'm making, fuck, what was the dinosaur movie called?
I'm so confused.
The Land
What?
Before Time.
No, the Ice Age one. You know, where Sid the Sloth has, like, 3 kids?
What are you talking about?
What?
I'm not crazy.
I
You
think
are
you
crazy.
are.
No, I will send photos. I have the movie somewhere.
I'm starting to like feel very upset in the stomach. Like what?
Oh my god.
I'm so confused and concerned at the same time.
Here. Here. Look in the legubers.
Legubers?
Legubers.
Just post it in the
Bacon and
chat.
cheese have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh shoot, that's right.
Do what with who?
They're being.
It's okay. I got the
Post it
clip.
in the stream call chat.
I got the clip I wanted.
I put it in the
Dum-dum.
stream called chat.
Oh gosh.
In the stream call chat.
Yeah, I put it in the stream called chat.
In the stream call chat.
Here's a stream called cat.
There's this.
Free un chat.
There's a cat called Stream. That's cute.
Cat stream there's called?
Oh.
There's a cold cat stream. Oh no! It's so
Oh no,
cold.
someone give Salem a blanket.
How many permutations of this can we create? God damn.
Tu es un chat?
Un gato de frío? ¿Por qué? ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Ant. Tu es
Una-
un chat garçon?
¿Tú necesitas al
I
baño?
don't speak French.
Mis cacahuates están en la mar.
Glamorous lizard.
Glamorous
I asked if you were a cat boy.
Kofi bot.
No, I'm a raccoon boy.
Meow.
I know one French phrase because it was spoken in both South Park and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi, bacon bit?
Bacon bits.
Nope. Actually, I have no idea what you said.
I also have
The
no idea what you
response in
said.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine is, no, I would not like to sleep with you, Peralta.
Oh my. My. My.
My. My. My. My. My. My. My. My. My.
My.
My.
I don't think I've heard
My.
bagel. I've said that. Why are you saying it and calling it pulling a bagel?
My.
Bagel says that all the time.
My.
Yes, I just haven't noticed it.
My. 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 My.
I'm sleepy.
Hi, Sleepy. I'm Obsidian the Rock Boy.
Uh,
I apparently show up in people's dreams.
What?
Hope you don't show up in my dream.
As that little puppet PNG tuber I've got.
Um,
That my chat calls the fuck ass puppet.
It is the front ass puppet.
That is. I like your drawing so far, Sid.
Thank you.
Cute.
The movie's called Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Ice Age.
I don't think I've ever seen that one. I think that's the one I never watched. I think I've
I'm
watched
pretty
all
sure
of
that's
them.
like the second Ice Age movie. Could be the third. I don't remember.
How many Ice Age movies are there in total?
There's like
5.
5.
Damn. God damn.
I am surprised they didn't make any more.
I'm also
I didn't-
surprised. But also, like,
they started
they're.
replacing some of the actors.
Yeah.
iCloud,
just
I
not-
know I don't have any more storage space. I don't care. I want to look through my photos. I mean, what?
Get more storage space, bro.
I'm not paying for iCloud storage.
I do.
It's just like we can't back up your photos. I don't care if I switch phones. I want like most of these photos to be deleted.
Same here.
Oh, yeah. I kind of regret that.
There's a
I deleted
sixth
a lot of.
Ice Age movie coming out next year.
No.
Really?
I thought
Why?
Blue. Hey,
I thought they would have run out of ideas by now.
I thought Blue Sky went under.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was forgetting if the name
Yeah.
was actually Blue Sky.
Blue Sky, like the social
What are you
media.
giggling about?
The animation
Why are you like
studio.
hee 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 hee? Why are you giggling? What are you giggling about?
Who's giggling?
Cosmo.
The Cosmic Cobalt Moth. Who
What
will
are they
forever be a
giggling?
maple moth
No.
in my mind. Oh.
No.
Yes.
Where the
Where
rats? We pray at night, we stalk at night. Where the rats? I'm the giant rat that makes all of
Makes all
the
of the
rules.
rules.
Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into.
Sigh. Hey
Too many
Siri,
rats. You know
set
they
a
locked me in
1
a
minute
room.
timer.
A rubber room.
Crazy.
A rubber
I was
room
crazy
with
once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room.
I muted
A rubber room
them.
with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me
Pretty
crazy. Crazy.
Pum,
I was
pum,
crazy
pum,
once. They locked me in a
pum.
room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once.
Are
They
they
locked me in a
done yet?
room. A rubber room with
No.
rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was
Oh, this
crazy
makes
once. They
lessons
locked me in a
so
room. A rubber room.
long.
A rubber room with rats. And rats
Take
made
us
me
with you.
crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber
You gotta do
room.
it for
A
a
rubber room with
minute.
rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber
It'd
room
be
with rats.
so
And
funny if
rats
they
made me
accidentally
crazy.
forgot to set their
Crazy.
timer.
I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with
think
rats. And
yesterday
rats
they were
made me
like-
crazy.
They said 10 minutes on accident.
Oh no.
That was earlier this stream.
Oh no.
That was
How
earlier
long did you go
this
before you noticed?
stream. No, I
they
would
said it and
immediately
they caught themselves.
because I was reading 10.
They- But they could have.
I was reading 10 in the chat and I was like set a timer for 10 minutes. Wait, no. Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
What if I guided the raid to Bagel's offline chat?
Are they done? Is the minute over?
I don't know, man. Has it been a minute? It's been like
They're
2.
done.
Okay, they're done.
It's been like
They
2
muted them.
minutes.
I unmuted you.
It's been like 2 minutes.
Oh, such nice, peaceful 2 minutes. Just
And I can totally just set it to be another minute again.
Oh god.
no.
Oh my god, they were roommates. Oh wait. Sid I show y'all a picture of the pins that I bought recently?
Sure.
I don't think you did.
Sedance?
Sans? I didn't say sans.
Sans?
Sedance?
Sans?
Sedance? Sedance?
Sans?
Sedans?
Dan?
Sedans?
Dan?
I accidentally sent a second image, but I'm too lazy to delete it. I also sent it in the wrong group chat. I'm gonna send it in
You
the...
almost sent it in the room where it happened.
The room where it happened, the
The
room
room
where it
where it
There's
happened.
happened.
it's in the
I
VC
wanna
chat.
know where the room. I wanna.
Invader Zim, awesome.
I wanna be
I
in the
know.
room where it happened. The
Grr.
room where it
I have a
happened.
Grr hoodie.
Oh my god.
Well, it's actually not the original Grr hoodie. It's like a newer version. I should send you a picture of my Invader Zim hoodie.
Bum bum
Ooh.
bum 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 bum.
Mr. Sandman, sand me a
Mr.
ham.
Sandman.
Man me a sand, makes
Oh,
him the cutest cardboard book hand.
you know what, Sid?
Hey, Mr.
What?
Should totally do
Sandman.
another repo stream.
I don't think my laptop can handle it anymore.
Oh, I thought you would have gotten your new laptop, your new computer. I thought you were talking about that like months ago.
Yeah, I
Making this.
haven't.
They've been talking about it since I met them.
Yeah.
Damn, Sid over here dropping the ball. I'm joking. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Ba-do-do-do. Make me the cutest I've ever seen.
Make me the cutest.
And
Yeah,
with
make
some
me the
cheese
cutest.
balls and make them real cheesy. I am so easy to pleasy.
Mr. Sandman, bring me some cheese. Do-do-do-do.
Boom, boom, boom,
Bring
boom.
me
Please don't
some
make it
cheese.
expired cheese. Do-do-do-do.
Please don't make it expired, please. Don't
Boom,
make
Please
it,
boom,
I
don't
boom,
don't
make
want to
boom.
it
find it at
expired,
the back of the
please.
drawer.
We don't
I might
need
have
we don't
expired
need
cheese
the
in my cheese drawer. I
Going
have to
in
go
my
through my
belly,
cheese
but I
tomorrow.
won't say no more.
Why'd you let
Boom,
it
boom, boom, boom.
expire?
I had gotten a gift set of cheese from one of my friends, and it was like some good flavors. I really wanted to try them, but one of the cheeses migrated to the back of the fridge, and I forgot about it. And when I found it, I said, "Gosh, I don't remember when they gave this to me, but I think it was 2 years ago."
Oh my
But there was
gosh.
no
Oh my
expiration of it,
god.
and there was no mold on it. So I made the mistake of telling Bagel that at some point, and then everybody wanted me to eat the cheese in the back of my fridge.
Glamorous lizard, glamorous
Or
lizard,
throw
but
it
oh
away. To be
gosh.
fair, they were willing for me to throw it away.
I said I made a monstrosity. I'd like you to see it.
Oh
Oh my
gosh, what have
god.
you made? What have you made?
I'll make another monstrosity in a second, but this is the one
Doug,
I want
what
you to
have you
see.
done?
Were you
Stream
sending
call
the...
chat.
Okay.
Oh no!
I'm saving that.
No!
I'm saving that.
No! Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me?
I thought you said you're not an
Oh my
artist.
god.
This is peak.
Why
It
would you do
is.
this to me? Why are you setting
Yo,
the chat
why?
on fire? What are
Did
you
Ant spell
doing?
Yeah.
What the
It's
frick?
traced it over my.
No, I did just trace over your stuff, but still.
I didn't even trace it. I took the original image. I
It's
used the
still there.
paintbrush
It's
tool,
still
and
right
then
there.
I've never done that before. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't prove it.
the watermark is still right there, just
It
slightly.
literally is.
And can you
Honestly,
explain why it is Sam? I want to know.
Aaron.
what?
Oh,
Aaron.
Aaron.
Huh?
Aaron did it.
Sid is Sid is it.
What did I... What did I do?
I
Aaron did
almost
it.
said Sid is Aaron.
What did I do? I'm lost.
Why am I becoming everybody else?
Why is Sid Sans?
Oh. Joke from like the first 2 weeks of me knowing Sid, and I don't remember what the joke was.
Okay.
The new joke is just Sid is Sans, apparently.
Yeah, no, the new joke is just Sid is Sans Undertale.
I'm trying to think of like correlation, and I can't.
I
other than
guarantee you it was something stupid.
maybe it's like maybe I can't think of anything.
Cassie was once lost, but now she has found Jesus Christ.
Okay, Bacon. Better question for you. Which do you think
Soup!
came first? Femboy
Soup!
Furry
It's
Town or
soup!
Closeted Catboy?
Soup.
It's soup! It's
It's
soup!
soup. Why are you
It's
buying
soup!
clothes at the soup store?
probably Femboy Furry Town.
Actually,
Ignore
no.
what they're talking about.
Closeted Catboy came
Ignore what they're
first.
talking about, Soup. Soup? Soup?
What?
I'm soup.
You're
Sudoodle.
Soup.
You are Sudo Woodoo.
Your soup?
Why did I just get a notification saying Lido Diet was playing Krita?
Because Lido Diet's playing Krita.
It popped up at the top of my screen, too.
I hate to say it. Sid likes pineapple on pizza.
Sid, I'm gonna make something worse right in a second, so bear with me. There is worse than Sid Undertale, don't worry.
Sid Undertale.
Oh gosh.
Okay, if Ants was an Undertale character, who would they be?
Don't you mean Sans the Rock Boy?
Oh my gosh.
Who would Ants be?
Oh, Ants? The purple frog in the wall in that one ruins room.
That's very specific.
That's
What?
very specific.
I was gonna say Metaton.
What?
Am I
Because they're
that
Femboy
gay?
Furry Town?
I think Sid would be the dummy.
Oh! You calling me
Are you
dumb?
calling Sid a dummy?
No, like the dummy in Undertale,
I can't believe you did
Oh, are you
that.
calling them Mad Dummy?
the mad dummy. Or they would be Asgore.
I would be Asgore, driving in
No,
my
Sid-
car right after
It
a
doesn't give off
beer.
Asgore vibes.
Hey, that
They wouldn't murder
bump
6
is
children.
shaped of... is shaped like
No, Sid
a
would murder
deer.
6 children.
William Afton?
You know, William Afton murdered
You're
like
too
14
FNAF coded,
children.
Sid.
You're gonna call it right now. Sid is
Sorry, not
Flowey.
FNAF coded, FNAF rotted.
Howdy, I'm Flowey. Flowey the flower.
Also, Soup, this is
Flowey
your
the
rock,
flower.
by the way. You're able to actually customize it.
I think Aaron would be the bartender.
Grilby!
Yo.
Yeah.
I will take that.
Flowey, more like cake flour?
Yeah.
Flowey, more like
You
Wowie
went to a
Zowie.
cake.
Oochie.
Wowie, more like Wowie Zowie.
Howdy, I'm Flowey. Flowey the flower.
Wait, are you calling them? Wait, are you calling them Flowey because they have a because they're southern?
Like Sid Flowey.
Jeez, what are you
No.
doing?
Don't worry about it.
The quick change! Are you making cheese into Louis? Oh my gosh, it's
You're talking
Cheese's
about-
Louis Sona.
Oh, don't worry about it.
It's Cheese's Louis Sona, guys.
Working on this thing here.
Cheese, why don't you scroll up
It's
a
chewy.
bit on that?
I'll
Actually,
scroll up all you want. There you go.
Oh,
Actually, I think Cheese would be Asgore. I think Cheese would be Asgore for sure.
no, Cheese is an ice cream guy.
Oh my god.
No, actually, Cheese might be Papyrus.
Oh, you might be right. Love that for you, Cheese.
Why isn't my Control Z working?
my gosh.
Cheese the Rock Boy.
Cheese the Louis
No, that's
boy.
Louis. That's Louis, not Sid.
Cheese the Louis Boy.
Cheese the Louis boy.
Mr. Krabs.
Cheese is
for
just
the
Louis now.
win. Ignore my phone battery. I'm glad I threw that in Goobers and not the main chat.
Aaron, charge your phone. It is at 3%. I don't give a glamorous. Okay, Soup. Okay. Soup's gonna make Chewy.
Soup's gonna make Chewy? What? What does that
Soup's
mean?
gonna make Chewy.
Is that some inside knowledge food? Is that like your tuna?
Soup's making Chewy.
Sid, what is Chewy?
Chewy. It's Chewy.
What is Chewy, Sid?
It's Chewy.
Is it like your shrimp? Not the womp womp.
What? My shrimp?
Yeah, is it like your shrimp?
What do you mean my shrimp?
Your discolored shrimp.
What? What are you talking about?
The only one of your food items that I said hear me out to as a joke.
Are you talking about the tuna slab?
Did I call it shrimp?
You're calling it discolored shrimp. I was so confused.
Tuna
The fucking what?
I can't wait for that cooking stream. I want you to catch your kitchen
I
on
need
fire.
I need to deep clean my kitchen still. It's
Oh
not
no,
clean at
don't.
all.
It's gonna smell like fish.
Yeah,
forever
anyway, you're gonna
after that.
hate me. Check screen
Oh.
call again.
Oh gosh.
Yes.
I'm scared. I'm very scared of what you have made.
I love that.
Oh my. Oh my fucking god. No.
Wait, I need to make that my profile pic. One sec.
Aaron, no. Oh my gosh. My stream
my
career
God.
the
is
stream.
over.
Wow,
No,
that
I
is-
am not.
Hey, Sid, you can check the VC chat.
Oh, I see it.
Oh my god. Hey, Cheese, is this considered bullying?
I think there's a fine line between, you know,
It isn't considered bullying if I'm your friend.
friends. Yeah.
Oh, it definitely is considered bullying. You're bullying me. I'm being bullied.
It's
Good night,
not considered if
Bacon.
I'm your
Have a nice
Best
night.
friend.
I wanted to do
Simple.
this for months, by the way.
bacon, 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 bacon.
Bye,
Bacon.
Bacon. I was gonna play Dandy's World with you, but I guess not.
Who are you gonna play Danny's World with?
Bacon
No Dandy's
bit.
World.
Ooh.
Hmm.
No Dandy's
Okay.
World.
No Dandy's
I
World.
need to change my
You've
I
been
need to
bullying
change
too
my
much.
avatar back. Wait, my avatar's gone. Oh, there it is.
Did you change your stream avatar to it?
What? No. My profile
You
pic
can change your
on Discord.
stream avatar to Sid the Sloth.
Oh, you know what?
You're going to be banned. I will ban you.
What?
Hi, bacon.
Why would you ban me?
They meant a band and band.
Oh my god.
That is not what they meant.
Did
You talking about?
Ignore that, Sid. Hope they didn't have to move it to my
Why is
computer.
it brown?
Why is what
You
brown?
talking about Am I totally
Ahead.
authentic art here?
It's
What are you talking about?
chewy.
This is
It's
parts
chewy,
that haven't
guys.
changed
It's
at all.
chewy.
this is authentic. It's not ripped off from anything. It's my
It's
own personal
chewy.
character. Do not steal.
It's technically ripped
Oh,
off
it's
from
cheese, Louis.
Dandy's World. Okay, I'm making sure. I'm making sure.
For a second, I thought you were gonna scroll over and see Sid.
I
Sid
was
Ignore the
also
little-
thinking that.
Ignore the little rocks walking around on my printed.
You got who's that? Is that who you got? Who you got? Who you got?
Makes it authentic. Sorry, it just makes
You
it authentic,
got Cheese, talk real quick.
What? I'm talking about. You can't
Okay,
prove anything.
you have
This is slander. This is
you
slander.
have Foxy Fears. Foxy Fears is literally like Foxy Fears, by the way, has not chatted at all, yet they're still here. Their rock is here. Their rock's been here. I don't
Foxy Fears.
The rock has been here. It's been here this entire time.
Like a rock.
It's funny. And you have, I don't know who else you have with you.
I don't know. There's my little friends.
Orange with skimble
They
shakes.
like to hang
Orange
out
with
with me.
skimble shakes.
Salem?
Okay.
No, it's not Salem.
It's whoever's upside down right now on your screen.
Well, that one was
Oh, it
that one
says
was
Foxy Fears.
that one was Foxy Fears.
Yeah, orange with orange. They must have signed off. Maybe that was bacon. I don't know.
You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You are done. You're done. You're done. You're done. You are done.
Oh.
They're done.
What happened? Oh, there you go. No, you look good. You look good. Yeah, were they bald?
No, there's plentiful hair in there.
Sid was wrong. What's
Is
wrong,
that
Sid?
Miku? Are you Miku?
Oh, wrong avatar. Wrong avatar.
It's Miku, but Aaron.
You totally didn't see a work in progress.
Crazy work.
Aaron's just Miku now.
Actually, does this one have the correct aspect ratio that I need?
The other one does, yeah. The Miku one.
No, that one's still just the Miku one has the correct aspect
Yeah, the
ratio.
Miku one's actually like larger.
with the balls. You know which one is the largest though?
Fuck you. I'm gonna if I ever get a car and go onto a road trip to Texas, the first thing I will do is hit you with my car.
You promise?
I will hit
Will it
you
be
with
right
my
after a
car.
beer?
And as my coworker has said earlier today to one of my other coworkers, I will hit you with my car and then reverse.
Hey, you want to know my favorite insult for my coworkers? Whenever they're bugging me, I'm just like, I hope you get hit by an ambulance. And they run over you like 5 times.
Like Yoshikage Kira?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Oh. I've only watched part 3 and part 5.
I haven't touched that
You
show.
skipped parts?
Yeah.
You cannot skip parts.
Listen, I went for the ones where I actually like the design of the characters.
Battle Tendency is so peak.
I don't know what that means.
It's part 2. Part 2 is incredibly peak.
Oh, I've only watched Star Platinum and Stone Ocean.
Part 5 is Golden Wind. Part 6 is Stone Ocean.
Oh. Then I've watched part 3 and part 6.
You disappoint me, Aaron.
Netflix put Stone Ocean as part 5. That's not my fault.
That's because part 1 and 2 are counted as part 1 in Netflix.
Oh.
It's because part 1 is really short.
Fair.
Well, parts 1 and 2 are shorter than the rest of the other parts. That's why. Which makes them easier to get through. Part 1 isn't as good, but it sets up so much lore that it's necessary.
I love that song so much.
And
Yeah.
I don't say and, I say ampersand.
You're an ampersand.
Ampersand is the and symbol.
Averly. That's what it sounded like to me.
Huh?
The
What
like
happened?
the strange spellings of Averly. I'm gonna be honest, I have no fucking clue why I said that.
Whatever you mean.
Whatever you mean.
Whatever you mean.
Whatever you bean.
Wow. If I just cleaned this one up, put a transparent background behind it, it would actually fit in. What the frick? Ignore what I'm doing. I'm testing out which which things would work well. I need like an actual box.
Everyone
I need like an
sees
actual box
you. I think that I
that will tell me what
might
aspect ratio I need to go with.
If I control my destiny, I must do. Step on up.
Breaking the line.
Making my way downtown, walking
Walking
fast,
fast,
faces
faces
fast, and I'm
past.
home now.
I'm gonna boot up Sonic Rush now.
Geez, who is your ice cream cart attendant?
Silver Fox. Sil Fox.
Sid, why'd you go silent?
Silvault.
Wait,
Sorry, I had to
hold
think about
up.
Silvault, the Silver Fox.
You know what, Sid? You gave me an idea. I'm gonna make a redeem to bluify my Sona.
Huh?
Huh?
Bluify.
Oh no.
Like Sid's drink?
Why is your Fuji text like my old profile, mind you, my old profile picture? Fuck.
Also,
Look at the
Cheese
name.
already has a blue redeem.
I do. But
Bluey
I can't talk about
stylized.
doing theirs.
Wait, are you making me Bluey?
Oh,
Oh, Bluey.
Bluey.
Oh my gosh.
Where are the cursed images of when else? There it is. When I was playing,
The fucking what? What do you
I
mean
really
the
need
cursed
it.
images?
You'll. Here, I'll match with the rest of the furries.
The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Hi, Gigi.
What did you do to web fishing?
I am. You just thump.
What do you mean? I'm totally normal.
My.
Guys, I don't think Sid likes me very much.
Hi, Gigi.
Damn, Sid was found in the Epstein files?
Freddy Fazbear was found in the Epstein files. Five Nights at Freddy's was found in the Epstein files. Just letting y'all know
Wait,
that.
for real?
Yes.
That's crazy.
I found that out and I was like, oh my gosh. Because some people were making like memes about like like a while ago, like, oh, what if you find your favorite creator in the Epstein files? You know what? I won't ever find my creator in the Epstein files because like, and they were saying you won't find Freddy Fazbear in the Epstein files. Freddy Fazbear was found in the Epstein files.
Really? What's the context behind that?
Apparently he liked like he sent like an email to someone with like those like old Five Nights at Freddy's like SFM like animations.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
wait for Ants to respond to what I put in the chat. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Damn.
He did the web fishing.
Totally not having to look up what SFM means again.
Those old like the
Source
old
filmmaker.
yeah.
It's it's a 3D animation thing that's based off of like
Oh,
Valve,
was
TF2,
it like
stuff like that.
MMD?
Mystery Dungeon?
No, MMDs. The stupid videos with characters.
Yes. Yes it was.
Ah. Okay.
The ones you would see as a child, which definitely should not have been shown to children as well.
Oh, absolutely not. But they were
It's
funny.
what the Russian Badger still animates in.
I'm hungry. Sid,
Hi,
buy me
hungry.
some
I'm upset.
food.
You're asking the wrong person to someone who can barely afford rent.
I
Well,
have
I'm not gonna ask the
$4.45
cheese
in my account.
beagle. That's not nice.
Just letting you
You should
know.
ask Bagel My Ego.
The bagel's not here though.
Then ask Cheese Beagle.
No,
Cheese Beagle
they're
can support another
they're
child.
a,
You.
they're a father. I'm not. No, that's evil. I'm not evil. I'm chaotic.
I'm sorry, what money did you want to steal from my kid's college fund?
My gosh.
Crazy.
I'm spontaneous. I gambled away Ance's college fund.
There you go.
My college fund is tuition. Or is like my scholarships.
I
And
gambled away all of Ance's scholarships.
I can't even access my scholarships. How do you access your scholarships?
I'm God.
Oh my gosh. Did you fight El Macaco earlier and lose?
Who?
You.
No. I never lost to El Macaco.
El Macaco won against like I think God and Satan.
Oh,
Because
What?
I
it was
was
God and Satan.
I don't know what God El Macaco fought, but it wasn't me.
It was the Christian God.
yeah.
Ah,
You
I'm
said you were
above the Christian
God.
God.
Like one of like at least one of them.
I'm a Greek god. I'm the Greek
Who
god
are
of.
you? Who are you? You're a Greek goddess?
Yep, I'm Athena. No. Sid, why do you think one of my names on Discord is Helio?
I don't fucking know.
You didn't pay attention in your
I
Greek
did
studies.
not. I didn't pay attention in my religion class.
It's not religion.
Or not religion, mythology class. from like 6th grade. All I did was make the tree of Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil. Yeah, I fucked up saying it. I'm disappointed in myself. But yes, I know what you're talking about.
And my teacher, like, because we made a video, we had to make a video, uh, and um, I was doing it on Minecraft Pocket Edition, and like when my teacher was watching it, she was like, "You do realize that you forgot to turn off the pig noises?" I was like, "What pig noises?" She was like, "You have your game sounds on, by the way."
It's
And I was like, "Oh, slay." And so like on the unlisted video, all you could hear is like the pig.
Honk. Honk honk.
Hey Sid,
Hey,
I'm gonna call it a night here.
Lovely.
okay.
Sleep
Have a
well.
nice night,
But
cheese.
I didn't crash your stream,
night,
Bizarre,
You
so that's
didn't. You
good.
didn't. I'm so happy about that.
At least for today.
Quick, start a
Thanks,
subathon.
man.
I mean, not a subathon,
What?
a hype train.
Oh gosh.
Good luck. All right. Good night, all.
Good
Have a good one.
night.
Thanks
Good
for the
night.
hangout. Bye.
Sleep well, cheese.
Bye. Well.
Who's gonna be the new cheese? Out of the three of us, who's gonna get children first? It's gonna
What?
be Ants.
What?
What?
Huh?
What? The
I
fuck?
have a boyfriend.
Adopt.
I'm also younger than you.
And I'm never gonna have kids.
You can
can't be a
adopt three
father of
miscreants
three.
while on a mission trying to steal the moon.
Hmm.
And then fall in love with a super spy.
So, is you or your boyfriend the ginger?
Neither of us are gingers. I have black
No,
hair,
I
my
meant in
boyfriend
the
has brown hair.
scenario. I forgot her name, so
Oh.
I'm just calling her the
No, I'm talking
ginger.
about you. I'm talking about you.
Oh,
What are y'all talking about?
Despicable Me 1 and 2.
Oh my gosh. Her name is Lucy. How the fuck did you forget her name?
I don't remember her
Bagel.
name either.
finding food.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh, it's. Wait, no. Never mind.
Bagel
Bagel's
left.
joined with that. Oh wait, it was Bagel!
Yeah. I said bagel, buy me food, and then you left.
I was about to be like, I was about to be like, Bagel! And then I was like, wait, did one of you guys have your own soundboards on? Because I didn't see Bagel.
I
It
don't
was
have a
Bagel!
soundboard. I don't have
You
Nitro.
motherfucker.
Hey, Ants. You should
What?
check the stream call chat.
I already did. I saw.
What did you guys
This doesn't affect me as much as it should does Sid.
Yeah. The
It's not
silence
loading
from
for
Sid.
me. It's not loading for me. Hold up. Let me restart Discord on my phone.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Fuck you.
Oh, Salem Cat pressed mass explode. That's why it wasn't working. Your computer was
Bless
bugging out.
Sid.
I was looking on my phone on Discord.
Oh, never mind.
Discord likes to break for me on my phone.
Mateo.
It's Salem Cat.
Salem!
Mateo. My best
Salem!
friend in the world. I'm hungry. Buy me food.
And you
Go buy
think
yourself
Salem
food,
has
Aaron.
the
You
money
work
to
for a
buy
living.
you food?
I have like $2 in cash.
Salem has a spending problem. They needed to save and they bought a they bought a
Furby.
VR chat model.
Hi, Mateo.
Really?
Mateo? You're not on mute. Why are you talking? Why do you hate me?
I feel
I
like I
did
can
unmute,
hear
yeah.
their.
fucking dead to me.
No!
Not the Sid's fucking dead to me. That's crazy.
Why did the power couple
No!
curse you and then leave?
They both cursed me and then they left.
What did you do, Sid?
Damn.
What did you
Hey,
do?
did you invest in a pyramid scheme?
Oh, dude, speaking of pyramid schemes, Sid tried to get me
What?
on a pyramid scheme.
Genuinely?
Genuinely. Dude, while I was at work too, I get a text from. No, it wasn't Sid, it was Caitlin.
I don't know who that is.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. But anyway, I was in the middle of work, right? Or it might have also been Sid. Sid, did you send me stuff about a pyramid scheme? I don't remember. Either way, it was either Sid or Ash, and I was at work, right? I was on the grill, and I get a text. I go to the break room to check what text I got. It's one of the two being like, "Hey, so you want to help me sell stuff to other people, and then we get money from people above us. We get money from people," and I'm just like, "This is a pyramid scheme." And they're like, "No." What? What? Oh,
Triangle shenanigans.
uh, it's very quiet. Okay,
I may or may
moving on.
not be a little tired.
Fair.
I'm
Dude,
gonna
I've
stay
been
awake
listening
though.
to a lot of Ride the Cyclone again.
I just got like a new.
Uranium?
Every so often, I'll get like a new Instagram follower. I'm like, what the fuck? And then I look and there's nobody. There,
Oh
there's
my god.
nobody. I was wondering why my thing wouldn't work. Hi, Gigi. I was pressing Control X instead of Control Z. It's this scrunkly.
You're a scrunkly. What the fuck is a scrunkly again?
It's so scrunkly. I could throw it at a wall.
You want to see the first thing that popped up when I put scrunkly into the gifts tab of Discord?
Sure.
Oh, I DM'd it to you on accident. Oh well.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck is that?
Like to see? I would like to see.
I'll put it in the goobers.
Oh my gosh.
That 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 matches.
That honestly does. But what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Oh no. I think it's a cat. Ay, ay,
I don't
ay.
even know how to describe that. That is a creature of like nightmares.
Oh yeah, dude. I was reading this thing,
Bagel! Not you
right?
two!
Oh, what happened?
Mass explode.
Bagel!
What bagel do?
How could you? How could you? You killed everybody.
Why would you do that, Bagel?
You killed everybody.
Now I want to go kaboom. Are you? Goddamn autocorrect. I don't think it's smart.
And this is why Aaron isn't a mod.
What?
I'm
Also,
trustworthy.
what did I do that's not trustworthy?
Y'all are gonna actually break my computer.
I thought kaboom was just something everyone had.
No.
Have I sent this before?
Wait, is there a self-explosion one? You just for just one to blow up themselves?
I don't know.
Homophobia. Oh my god, it's Sid. Oh my god, Mateo's back.
Welcome
Mateo's
back.
Glamorous lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
I don't give a glamorous.
I don't give a glamorous lizard.
I don't give a glamorous fuck.
Could it be? Could it be?
Homophobia.
Could it be?
Sid, you're
Could it be?
homophobic.
You're homophobic. You're the homophobic dog. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Let's hope it's just a
Martha?
phase.
Well, I mean, I called you, Sid the gay boy, and you deleted my message. That's pretty
Hey,
homophobic.
Salem.
Sid also removed you from call for turning into Sid the Sloth.
Yeah.
Salem, I think Bagel's asking you a question.
I don't have your stream open. I don't know what Beggle's saying to me.
Want a
Damn.
sleep call again? Want a sleep call? Well, hey, want a sleepy call together?
Literally, they're
Yeah,
literally
I
adding you.
think that one was pretty obvious.
Beckle,
Hey,
wanna
wanna
call
call
tonight?
tonight? I'm sleepy.
I'm sleepy. Want an EB call?
Hey, babes, that way we can't go tonight. You know,
Oh my god.
just fucking too mad.
Bagel. I mean, not Bagel. Sid, read Bagel's messages as El Capone.
You know, it's funny because I woke up like not long ago.
I keep getting called
What is your
Bagel.
profile picture?
Hmm? Mine?
What is your... Yeah.
It's a photo of a monkey. What do you think?
That the master
Hi,
of Aura
Bagel.
took.
Yeah, exactly.
And I thought
When I
it
went to
was
the
the
I
gym,
can't
last
sent me the
party,
photo
speak.
and I
What
the
do you
changed
last
it and I made
mean?
it
party.
my profile picture.
What do you mean I can't speak?
Bagel.
Bagel!
Drown them. It'd be funny. Hi, Bagel.
Sid, you're not allowed to speak anymore because of the following clip that I'm gonna play.
Oh?
What?
Oh?
Whatever clip it is, you need to also send it in the goobers.
Hold on, let me pull up my download version because apparently it was deleted off Twitch.
Oh gosh.
Glamorous lizard.
Fuck. Bagel, it was a
Oh,
slip
I
up of the
remember.
tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. I'm so sorry.
No, I need to see this now.
Did you say
Please,
slur?
no. No.
Sid
Oh,
2026.
then I don't care. I'm going to bed.
Didn't
It
you
was
just
deleted
wake
for a
up?
reason.
Why was the first thing that you thought was me saying a slur?
What?
I don't know. Beggles made it seem like it was really bad, so.
Babe, are you trying to like completely stretch me?
Yeah.
Damn,
it?
Sid. Who tried to stretch you? Hello? I'm so lost. Oh well.
Bagel started spamming the stretch
Redeem.
redeem. And yeah.
Oh, so Bagel stretched you.
No.
There we go. Saved. Throwing that in the folder with the rest of
Throwing
Sid's
Aaron
comments.
into the middle of the street and running them over, and then running them over again, and then running them over a third time. Then I'm gonna take my car, reverse, 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 go forward, reverse, go forward, reverse.
Hey,
Hey,
Salem,
Aaron, did you delete Sid the
Yeah,
Sloth?
Bagel.
What?
can we be sleepy together?
Oh. Oh, you're right. Hey, Bagel, are you on Sid's stream currently?
Hey, Salem Cat, can we be sleepy together?
Just eat be
You
sleepy
know what?
here.
Sure. On stream? Fuck no.
I did it on stream. I went EP Sleepy on stream, and then Sid was like, "Oh, I think Ants is sleeping. I'll move to another
You
channel," and
started
then did.
fucking snoring.
I
Hey,
think I was
Bagel,
saying shit.
do you like my avatar?
I was like, I think Ants is asleep.
Oh, Bagel's Finn right now.
Yeah, Bagel's Finn.
Bagel's Finn, Mateo's a dragon, and
And
I'm a
yeah.
dragon.
Aaron
What?
is going to fucking get
The worst.
incinerated.
What do you mean I'm a dragon?
Because I was
Wait, are you
forced
not a dragon? I can't
today.
see it
Am
that way.
I?
It's the Dandy's world, Lucy.
I gotta go look. Hold up. I didn't know that I changed it. No, I
You're
don't want to
your,
sign
you're
in with Discord.
Gabe, your Dandy's World OC.
Oh, I didn't know I switched into that.
Yeah, you switched into it
Like,
last night.
I
Mateo,
like
you
how
need to.
Sid is. Uh,
I didn't know that. I'm gonna switch back into
Mateo,
iStation.
Mateo, come to the stream. Come to the stream.
What?
Anyway,
Why?
go CBEP.
I want
I'm
to finish the Mighty Nine. It got really good. I'm on the last episode.
The what?
I don't know what the Mighty Nine is, but
It's really good. It's a D&D show. And
Critical
oh
Role
my god,
show.
the character development is really good. Surprisingly. It's an Amazon show, but
oh,
technically I
like
guess
Vox Machina.
I don't fucking
No,
know the
it's
names of
Mighty
the
Nine.
actors or actresses. I just watched
Vox
it.
Machina is different. It's also Critical Role, but
Did
it's
you
not the
just
same campaign.
did you
It's
just
a
say
different campaign.
numbers and addresses?
I said
Sid,
actors and actresses, dumbass.
Sid, did you just?
I
I mean, not
was
Sid.
like, what?
Mateo, did you just say I don't know actors and actresses to me saying, oh, is that like Vox Machina?
What?
I thought they said numbers and addresses.
They did not say numbers and addresses. They say actors and actresses.
Actresses.
I was like, well, yeah, you shouldn't know their numbers and addresses.
Not at all what I said, but you know what? Sure, be my guest. I don't give a fuck.
I like
Mateo
how
said
Sid
actors
is
and actresses to
more.
me saying, oh, is it like Vox Machina? And then Sid comes over here, addresses and fucking actors and actresses.
Numbers and numbers and addresses.
Y'all just suck.
I like how Sid is more angry at Aaron for using Sid the Sloth as the PNG tuber than me for making Sid the Sloth.
Because Aaron
Wait, did I move it
decided
to the
to
last
make it
episode?
public.
Yo, you should send it to me and I'll do it too.
Okay.
No.
I'm fucking joking. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, I mean, I'm still gonna send it to you because you're my bestie.
It's literally in stream
Okay.
chat.
Yeah, it is.
There's no reason for you to send it to them.
I'm also gonna
It's
send
right
them.
below Sid.
There you
Sans
go.
this rock boy.
Sans the sloth boy.
Sans the rock boy.
Obsidian the Sans boy?
Type shit the call gets into at 11:22 p.m.
Yeah.
On a Monday.
on a fucking Monday too. I have work in the morning, but YOLO.
Dude, I need to go to sleep here in like a minute.
Exactly a minute.
I'll imagine eating sleep
No,
after I
not
sleep
exactly a
the
minute,
whole
dude.
day.
When you were zoomed out, I thought the like not added color hair yet. I thought it was like white, and I thought you were making your OC a ram. And I was like, oh, that's
I
cute.
spent like 9 hours, gang. I'm doing good. I'm popping off.
I'm gonna
Pop
probably end up
off,
sleeping
Slay
most of the day
Queen.
tomorrow. What's the matter? What's the matter, Martha? Okay, I'm going to sleep. Y'all take care.
Good night.
Good night, gang. Sid, go to sleep soon.
No promises.
Okay.
I wish
Bye.
I know, so it's gonna have a fucking heart attack by the time they end stream.
Yeah, fair. They'll have to go to work the second they end stream.
Ew, what
Okay.
am I looking at?
Don't worry about it.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
The sloth boy.
Yeah,
I don't
Sid
like
the sloth
that. I
boy.
don't like that. I don't like that.
Okay, I'm
That's
actually
actually
going to
unsettling.
sleep.
I know, right?
Like, that's
Okay.
actually
I'm gonna mute
unsettling to look at.
myself from stream real quick.
What are you about to say? I didn't notice.
Huh?
I still don't know it, so don't worry about me.
Anyways, I'm back.
You know, I'm confused about it, but you know what? Sure.
And if dreams can come true, what does that say for nightmares? I'll stay awake tonight. Wow, 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 wow.
I was fine with the men who would
Okay,
come
I'm
to
gonna
life
leave
now and
so I
again.
can watch the Mighty Nine.
Damn.
It's a good show. I got invested in it, man.
Damn. Everyone's leaving my call. Damn. Oh, that's
What, you
terrifying.
want me to go on mute? Fine, I'll go on deafen then. Fuck.
I'm right here.
Fine, I'll go on deafen and watch the show. Fuck.
Fuck you mean everybody? I'm right here.
Well, I was assuming you were like gonna be next. You were probably gonna be like, guys, I have to go to bed.
It's 9 p.m. I'm not going to bed. Even no matter how eepy I am, I'm not going to bed at 9 p.m.
I like how I just started making myself a new PNG tuber.
You're ignoring the commission you were paid money to do.
I'm taking a little break. I'm taking a little
A
brain
little
break.
break, they said an hour ago.
Yeah, I'm taking a brain break. I can take brain breaks. Plus, also it's
Is it a
like a little
brain break
warm
or a
up. Like
dereliction of
not a
duty?
warm up, but like yeah. Thank you, Coffee Bot.
My wall holstered Tylenol haunts me every time I look at it.
Oh my gosh, you still have that up there? That's
Yes.
wild.
Would you like a would you like to see?
That's wild. Loose lips like this, but Captain, will you go down? Float your boat aboard and hope you won't drown. Tell me what prevented you from going downtown all alone. Because we know you're not afraid. Tell
I can't stop the
I can't stop
loneliness.
winning. You said let
Let's
loose
go
but not
gambling.
gambling, gambling, gambling.
Oh, I have Adobe Photoshop open. Gross.
Evidence is maybe enough proof for you. Here's to my lady, and I'm coming inside. Drink to me, baby, oh, what's left, oh, what's right. It's easier to use than lose, and never to have used you on a fucked up Saturday night. Good times on Front Street. Why are you snoring?
Me?
No, Gigi. Oh, she's tired. Ad time.
That's ad time.
Why did you redeem ad time out of all things? Do you want an ad? Pro wanted an ad. You're bored? Oh, you just wanted to watch ads?
A underscore
Guys, wait, you want
cosmic
to play
underscore
Dandy's
kobold
World?
moth just redeemed
They
at
can't
time.
hear you. They're not subbed.
Damn it.
Sodom and Gomorrah, let it flow down the sink. They're like, yay, an ad.
Give me your money.
Give me all your money.
Give me your money.
I'm reminded of like the Ash baby. Like,
Oh gosh. Are you guys back? Are y'all back? Are y'all back from the ad? You spent 1,500 points on that. You spent 1,500 points on that. That's wild. Oh, I forgot to do their other ear. No, I'm not to blame. You're the one that said it to that. I'm just shocked that you would spend 1,500 points specifically on an ad
who wouldn't? Me, I wouldn't, but you know.
to watch advertisements. Hello again, friend of a friend. I knew you were. Our common goal was waiting for the world to end. Now that the truth was just a rule that you can bend, you crack the whip, shape shift and trick the past again. Send me your love on a wire, lift you
Oh
up every
man.
time, everyone. Ooh, the way, ooh, to meet you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Should probably take off the stabilizer. Got balls of steel, got an automobile for a minimum wage. Got real estate, I'm buying it all up in outer space. Now that the truth is just a rule that you can bend, you crack the whip, shape shift and trick the past again. Send me your love on a wire, lift you up every
Hey,
time.
Cosmic, wanna play Dandy's World?
Everyone who pulls away, ooh, it's a mechanical one. You take a ride from anyone who wants to ride and pulls away.
Not yet, not yet. Give me like a few minutes.
Bro's like,
Give me a few.
fine. Is it okay if they play scraps? Are you trying to get your scraps mastery so that you can get goob? What? I didn't hear a thing you ants, hello?
The prerequisite for scraps is 50% goob research.
Well, yeah, but you need scraps mastery for goob.
Yeah. I didn't. No one said anything otherwise about that. Gotta get 50% goob research for scraps, and then 3 scraps mastery for goob.
Yeah.
You don't really need scraps mastery for anything.
You need 50%
Crayon does not
scraps.
mean anything.
You need 50% scraps mastery for goob.
You don't need scraps, sorry, not mastery, scraps research for anything.
Yeah, I'm talking about scraps mastery.
I'm talking about scraps research.
I'm talking about the mastery. You know, it'd be funny if I got a new drawing tablet one day. Teehee.
It'd be funny if you got a computer first, you know.
Listen, I had an opportunity for something and I took it.
I'm glad for your assistance.
It'd be awesome if you had a drawing tablet to begin with. Do you have a laptop? One that you haven't touched. Oh. What kind of phone do you have then? Is it like a Apple or an Android? Android, you think? What do you mean you think?
What's the symbol on the back? A robot or a fruit?
You're not good with phones? Do you have an iPhone? What kind of phone do you have? Do you have an iPhone? Do you have a
No,
Android?
mouth phone.
You have that? Yeah, that's an Android. You can get it's the one that I've got right now. It's spelled UGEE. Let me You can find it on Amazon for like $35, which is really cheap for a drawing tablet, but I've had this one for like 3 years by now, I think. And it still works really well. And it's purple. It's a really nice drawing tablet, especially for beginners, to be honest. All mine towers crumble down, the flowers gasping under rubble, striking in the hall of lull. Sudden ring thoughts of energy, deliver me and carry me away. Here in my kingdom, I am your lord. I order you to cower and pray. Do, 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 do.
A
Oh,
friend recommended a literal life-changing album to me, apparently.
I
It's
think
it's 12 hours long.
I think my Wi-Fi crashed for like a second.
Oh. Well, at least it's back now.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I was saying about the album?
No, I did not.
A friend recommended to me what they call a life-changing album.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12 hours long. And in order to get the full experience, you're gonna want to listen to it for the entire
Are you
time.
talking about
Uh,
the do
I
the
don't know what
dementia
it
one,
sounds
the
like. I
dementia
haven't
one.
listened to it.
It's the dementia one. It's the dementia one. I
Tech
know
Dog 1
exactly
through 7.
what.
Tech Dog 1 through 7.
Oh, wait. Let me look. Is it on YouTube?
No
See
idea.
how the brain plays around. Tech. Fuck you, YouTube. I don't fucking care. It's like, you need to sleep. And I'm like, no.
The full album is on
No.
YouTube.
I don't. The one. Hold up. I was thinking you were thinking about Everywhere at the End of Time
No.
by The Caretaker.
It's a 12-hour album. You have to listen to it in one sitting. And it is apparently life-changing because they and four other people listened to it, and it's been life-changing for some way in every one of them.
That's what I was thinking you were talking about. It's like 12 hours long as well, I think.
I haven't
But it
heard of
basically
that
goes
one, but
through the stages of dementia.
oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's where
since I was
the wow 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 wow.
I thought that was Heartaches or something,
Technically yes, but they
or Just a
used
Burning
that.
Memory.
Yeah, that's the first part. That's the first part. That's the first part of the entire album. It's an entire album. It basically goes through the entire like kind of the stages. Um and I honestly thought cuz like it's very not disorienting, but like it goes
Have you
through.
listened to the entire thing?
Yes, I have. It was a couple years ago, but yeah. It
Was
slowly
it
gets
life
more
changing?
and more kind of like broken up. Kind of how like the process of dementia works. I actually listened to it while my great grandpa's second wife was going through Parkinson's.
Glamorous lizard.
She had
Glamorous
glamorous
lizard.
lizard. Oh hey Kira. She had basically I think she had all three at the same time. She had Parkinson's, dementia, and Alzheimer's. Um,
Oh,
yeah, it was. I think it was from. I think she had it from about 2018 to 2019, possibly 2017. But yeah, couple expectations. Thought I'd get to them, but no, I didn't. What?
my roommate just gave me a weird look.
My demeanor is often misread. I'm sitting here. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Maybe had a couple expectations. Thought I'd get. Why are you knocking? Amakako's knocking. It's gonna be
Knock,
fun, but now I'm
knock.
sitting in my room and the do is run. All I wanna do is run. All I wanna do is run. All I wanna do is run. Sid God has come back and he brings Gabriel. Oh gosh. The prom queen of crying was a contest. Makeup is running down. And he ate plain this time. Oh my gosh. So maybe had a couple expectations. Thought I'd get to them, but no, I didn't. I thought that maybe. Ooh, why do I keep on putting maybe? The do is run. All I wanna do is run. Oh, you have exploded. Oh no. I'm sitting here crying in my prom dress. I'd be the prom queen if crying was a contest. Makeup is running down, feelings are all around. How did I get here? I need to know. I guess I maybe had a couple that song's so good. I love that song. I could just do like the thing that the old cartoons do. I've never drawn them with like
Wowie zowie.
eyeshadow. Wowie. Read your horoscopes, poems and tarot cards. Hey,
Okay,
Kofi?
two stickers I buy are not enough tapes and smart thinking.
You gotta get the something is fishy.
Don't like Finn.
But you gotta agree the sticker's funny.
I guess. Smart
Cares if
thinking
it's a
is
waste.
so rude though sometimes.
It's so funny.
Cosmic, you ready to join me or are you asleep?
Oh, you'll be at peace before you
Ignore the
sleep.
fact that I was keeping you waiting.
Yeah, why were you keeping them waiting?
Because I was on Genshin Impact.
Oh my gosh. They said they'll get on.
Yes, it is fine. It was fine. Play whoever you want to be. Just not Brightney.
I fucking hate people that play Brightney. They don't.
Especially now that she's optimizing, a lot of people are playing her
Mm-hmm.
because of her new skin.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if they're playing as Scraps, maybe I should play as Goob. Where is my goober? There he is.
Where's your goober?
There's my goober.
Why I can't see that I am the me that I was born into. And what's the source of you? In your head, in your head, in your head, and yeah, you know it's true. We do what you or anyone else. We've always all been wrong. We built these walls strong. Even I might defy, won't deny.
I knew this sounded like a Willwood song.
Huh? You can break a
I knew
shovel.
it sounded like a Willwood song.
When you dig deep down, you should know
I can
better than
smell the
that by
bastard from
now.
miles away.
You could break a shovel when you break new
Smells like
ground.
apples.
Apples that were eaten from the inside out.
No, the apple wasn't come from the outside in. Was eaten from the core and up to the
The
skin,
skin,
and
and
that's
that's
how
why
the
you
apple
never
got the
find.
hole in it.
That's why you never find the worm within. But a few bad ones won't spoil the eyes. How the fuck do you do
Tis
that?
in your
Do what?
stomach.
Do I do what? How do I do what? Eat an apple from the
Be a
inside
worm.
out.
You be a worm. You have to be like a little worm, and then you eat
Yeah.
it from the.
Okay. There's idle 1. Export. And that'll be idle 2. Save. Okay. Good enough for me. Ooh, shalala, ooh, shalala, ooh, ooh, shalala. It's good enough for me. Give me that
I know what
old
you are,
time
Cosmic.
religion. Give me that old time religion. Give me that old time religion. It's good enough for me. Give me that old time religion. Speaking. Good enough to be good enough for me.
Mind games.
You can break a shovel when you break new ground. You dig dirt up when you dig deep down. You should know better than that by now. It's not profound to know. Oh, 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 you can never know.
Make a difference.
Rome wasn't built in a day. You gotta or climb a higher the
Rome.
display. Where there's a will, there's a way. We've got a sort of throat or two.
To make the week go. I can't. That was the wrong tone. Trust us with your weather, Rome.
Line brighter, brighter than the heavens and the skies above. Shine brighter, going supernova. The eyes look up. You haven't checked your research project progress for Twisteds? Oh my gosh, how many did you get?
I I would do that.
It's not. Okay, next stream I should have this one. Just letting y'all know. Anyways, oh gosh, ooh. Let's see. Let me look.
Do you have Live to Live on your playlist?
No, I don't. Brighter,
Disappointing.
brighter than the heavens and the sky above. You'll be brighter, going supernova. The eyes look up. Brighter. The other studios want to feed brighter. I think Lido Type might be live actually. Maybe. Oh, you have something for me?
Um,
We're about to raid out. But if you want to send it to me still, like, I'm so excited.
40% chance they're drawing beans, or like toe
Thank you, Kofi
beans, and
Bot.
20% chance they're drawing Mpreg. 10% chance of Fortnite.
They probably finished my art, like the art for me. I'm so excited.
Would you commission Lido Diet?
No. I'm talking about crew. Okay, let me open Discord real quick. Whoa! Holy shit! Hold up, let me. Over and over. Okay, let's do this. Guys, 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 look at this. Look at this. Holy fuck. Dude. Oh my gosh.
Nice.
Holy shit. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Insert that one gif of that cat absolutely munching down on the open food dispenser. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This is awesome. This is amazing. Oh my gosh. This is amazing. I love this so much. I love this so much. That's awesome. That is awesome.
They
I
were
love it so
weak, Cosmic.
much.
We'll find more.
Oh my gosh. I need to
They
make
were weak.
a new
Weak of flesh and weak of spirit.
Oh damn. I need to make a new
The
reference
bones
sheet
become dust under our living
for
feet, and we
Obsidian.
continue to march onward. For Sans?
For Obsidian the Rock Boy. But yeah, I am gonna go ahead and who should I write into actually?
Who's on?
A lot of people, surprisingly.
Allie, Lily, Lido.
Luli.
Somehow Bones is still on.
Back Alley's live.
I just said Allie.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I want to be a DM in D&D more because I feel like I would do a terrific villain monologue.
Head up in the clouds, I can see so much ground, and from here, you look like ants in a row.
I think I abandoned Cosmic in a solo run because everyone died and I
Dang.
left. But I don't. Cosmic, come, leave the run.
Could you take a look at me? I'm gonna go ahead and raid Luli.
Lily.
Luli. Anyways, I also need to update the fan art thing. I hope you all have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be nice, be safe. Be safe. Luli is doing Blender. Ooh, making a high resolution panda face texture.
Making smoothies
Smooth.
with a blender.
With a blender, yes. I hope you'll have a nice day or night. It's currently 12:01 in the morning for me. Have fun. Your raid message is rock raid. With whatever emoji or like whatever Sid emote you have or want to use. Anyways.
And if you don't have one, too bad.
Anyways, bye guys.
Use Beggle Radio.